This program have the topic Building Equitable Indonesia-UK Pathways for Health Sector Innovation and Drug Development Translation. And this forum is jointly organized by the British Council and also the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, together with Universitas Bina Nusantara serving as the implementing partner. My name is Gisela Tessa, and it is a great pleasure to see distinguished representatives from academia, industry, and government gathered here today to strengthen collaboration between Indonesia and the United Kingdom in research and innovation. And this forum convenes stakeholders to generate actionable recommendations and strengthen bilateral collaboration in research translation using health and strategic entry point with lessons transferable across sectors and transformative technologies and AI as overarching themes. And ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, let us watch a safety briefing video and also a housekeeping announcement video.
Welcome to the auditorium of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Building D, second floor. For your safety, please take a moment to note the following emergency procedures. In the event of an emergency such as a fire, earthquake, or natural disaster, please remain calm and do not panic. Kindly follow the instruction given by the safety officers or the event committee who will guide you to the designated assembly point. If evacuation is required, please exit through the door located at the back of the auditorium and proceed downstairs using the staircase on the right-hand side. Do not use the escalator or elevator during an emergency. The emergency exit is located next to the service lift beside this auditorium. Please leave the area in an orderly manner using the emergency stairs or the main building stair located in the foyer area. Thank you for your attention. We wish you a safe and a productive event.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, in line with our agenda, we will now proceed with the singing of the Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. And by that, to all audiences, please stand up. Please return to your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for our first agenda, we will hear remarks from the event committee. And we would like now to invite Bapak Stephen Wahyudi Santoso, President of BINUS Higher Education, representing the event committee to give some remarks. To Bapak Stephen Wahyudi Santoso, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Distinguished guests, Honorable Representative of the Government of the Republic of Indonesia, esteemed leaders from the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Dr. Fausan Atsiman, Director General of Research and Development, Professor Iketut Aciana, Director of Research and Community Service, esteemed leaders from the Ministry of Health, Dr. Lucia Andalusia, Director General of Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices, esteemed leaders from the British Council, Mr. Samersya, Country Director and Regional Lead for East Asia, and distinguished representative of the British Council, prominent speakers, respected academics, researcher, medical professional, industry leaders, and valued partners. And with sincere appreciation, every dedicated organizing committee who made this event possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great honor to welcome you to the ISPF UK Indonesia Research Translation Forum in Healthcare Innovation and Drug Discovery. This forum is jointly organized by the British Council and the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, with Bina Nusantara University serving as the implementing partner. We would like to express our deepest appreciation for the strong and sustained collaboration in initiating this strategic forum. We also humbly thank you for giving us the opportunity to be part of the event with the responsibility of preparing and co-designing the content and its delivery. This partnership represents more than institutional cooperation. It reflects a shared vision to establish impactful research translation ecosystem. In an era where global health challenges demands evidence-based and actionable solution, research translation is no longer optional. It is essential. So, ladies and gentlemen, healthcare today faces complex, multi-layered challenges, particularly in Indonesia, where vast rural and remote areas create significant disparities in access and system efficiency. These conditions demand affordable, scalable innovation, capable of bridging geographic and infrastructure gaps to ensure more equitable healthcare delivery. In such a context, research translation must be positioned as a national and international policy priority. Without a strong governance framework, even the most promising research risks remain within academic boundaries. The forum is structured around technological readiness level stages because what we need to translate research into real-world impact changes as the work matures. The barriers, the evidence required, and even the key decision makers are different at each stage. Most importantly, it helps us tackle translation from the very beginning, not only at the final stage. Because if we only start at the end, it's often too late. And that's where many efforts fail. We also implemented triple helix structure within this forum by inviting stakeholders from the government, industry, and universities. Government helps shape enabling policy. Industry brings real problems and pathways to adoption, and academia provides evidence and innovation. In this way, the translation can actually happen. From Bina Nusantara University perspective, we offer our full institutional support through our interdisciplinary talents, technology-driven research capabilities, and international network in digital innovation and healthcare technologies. We believe that universities must play an active role as knowledge producer as well as ecosystem enabler, bridging academia, government, industry, medical expertise, and healthcare provider. Looking ahead, our shared aspiration is that this forum will generate strategic policy briefs that are robust, feasible, and scalable. This policy recommendation should lay the foundation for a long-term translational infrastructure that is inclusive, data-informed, and adaptive to emerging technologies, such as AI-driven healthcare solutions, digital diagnostics, and affordable health innovations. So I hope that this forum be remembered not simply as a meeting of institutions, but as a milestone in shaping a structured and sustainable research ecosystem. In closing, I would like to once again express our sincere appreciation to everyone who has made this forum possible. May this event serve as a catalyst for long-term collaboration and concrete impact in advancing healthcare innovation through effective research translation. So thank you. I wish you all a productive and inspiring forum.
Thank you. Can we give round of applause for Bapak Stephen Wahyudi Santoso, President of BINUS Higher Education, representing the event committee. Thank you so much, Pak Stephen, for the warm welcome for all of us representing the committee. And ladies and gentlemen, let's begin today's event. And for now, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Samar Shah, the Country Director for Indonesia and Director Southeast Asia of British Council, to deliver the opening remarks. To Mr. Samar Shah, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to give a special shout out to our very special guests. That's Pak Fauzan, the Director General of Research and Development from the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. And thank you very much for hosting us here again. So I think I've been to this hall many times and it's always with great pleasure. And of course, Pak Yos, the Director of Partnerships and Downstream of Research, and Professor E. Ketut Adinyana, the Director of Research and Community Service from the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. And a very special welcome to Dr. Lucia Andalucia from the Ministry of Health, the Director General of Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices. It's really good to see ministries working together. You know, part of what we do at the British Council is to bring people together, and if we can facilitate that cross-ministerial collaboration, it's even better. And of course, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, to the Indonesia-UK Research Translation Forum in Health and Innovation, kindly hosted by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, with delivery support from BINUS University and the University of York. So it's great to see Pak Stephen and your team here. I absolutely love working with BINUS colleagues. Now, today's forum reflects the strength and maturity of the UK-Indonesia strategic partnership, which was launched by President Prabowo in the UK just last month, together with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Pak Fauzan and myself had the pleasure to accompany the President on that important visit. And we organized an education roundtable for the president to meet with 22 UK university leaders. During that roundtable, President Prabowo talked passionately about the role higher education plays in supporting Indonesia's social and economic development. Particularly, he highlighted the importance of research and research collaboration between UK and Indonesia. So I think that is really important for all of us to remember. There is such high-level support, commitment, and endorsement for what we do here together. And the increasing focus is not only on our collaboration, which happens in this room and beyond, but also on the impact of our joint research, which is what this forum is really about. Over the many years, universities and research institutions from both the UK and Indonesia have worked together through transnational education partnerships, joint research, and mobility programs. These collaborations, previously under the UK's Newton Fund, and now through the UK's International Science Partnership Fund with co-funding from the Ministry of Higher Education, have really connected our people, our ideas, and our institutions. And I particularly enjoy working very closely with Pak Fauzan and the rest of the colleagues at the Ministry of Higher Education, because we share the spirit of making it happen. And this was, again, very true during the President's visit. I remember being on the phone with Pak Fauzan at midnight before the event started to make sure that everything is ready for the President's engagement with the UK university. And of course, it was a great success. We had an unprecedented turn-up of UK university leaders to meet with the president. That just demonstrates how much enthusiasm there is also from the UK sector to respond to the priorities of Indonesia. So that same spirit brings us together again here today, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to take an important step further. This is about research translation, ensuring that excellent research does not remain within laboratories or academic journals, but is translated into policies, products, services, and solutions that could really benefit society. In 2024, my organization, the British Council, commissioned a baseline study on research translation in Indonesia. The findings were clear. Indonesia has strong research capability, but greater institutional recognition and stronger structural support are needed to accelerate the translation of research into real-world impact. Working very closely with the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, we responded by convening national workshops at UGM and Binus University. These discussions demonstrated a strong appetite across institutions to strengthen transnational education and translational pathways. The forum builds directly on that foundation we have already established. And today, we have chosen to focus on health, particularly drug discovery and development, as a strategic entry point. Now, I think you would all agree that health security is a shared global priority. Indonesia's rich biodiversity, expanding research ecosystem, and national ambition to strengthen pharmaceutical resilience present significant opportunities. And this is, again, a key focus of the UK-Indonesia strategic partnership signed by President Prabowo and Prime Minister Starmer, and it sits within the pillar that I lead, which focuses on our people and society. Of course, we want our people to be healthy and strong, and then to be able to propel the economic and social development this country needs. From the UK, we bring deep expertise in life sciences, translational research models, and university-industry collaboration. Together, we have a real opportunity not only to exchange knowledge, but to co-create innovation. So you will hear about the shared landscape in the plenary session 1 from Dr. Lucia Andalucia, the Director General of Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices at the Ministry of Health and Director at the Office of Health Economics, University of Nottingham, Ms. Martina Garau. And of course, none of this progress is possible without the right enabling environment. And that brings me to the role of technology. Technology is central to this vision that we want to deliver. The UK has identified 5 critical technologies that will shape the future, including AI, artificial intelligence, engineering biology, quantum technologies, semiconductors, and advanced telecommunications. And again, that's where the UK and Indonesia can work hand in hand. Just last week, I think Fauzan was in the UK again with President Prabowo to sign an agreement with ARM, a UK company specializes in semiconductor, so a great area for the UK and Indonesia to work together. So amongst these priorities, AI has transformative potential in drug discovery, the topic we're going to focus today, accelerating compound screening, enhancing data analysis, and shortening development timelines. And this is not simply about adopting technology, it is about building shared capacity, ensuring that innovation ecosystems in both of our countries grow stronger through our partnership. With the launch of the UK-Indonesia strategic partnership by our heads of state, our collaboration is now entering a new phase, grounded in equity, mutual respect, and shared leadership. Also here in Indonesia, in Bandung, at the Joint Working Group on Education between our two countries in November last year, led by the UK's international education champion, Sir Steve Smith, and the Vice Minister of Higher Education, Professor Stella Christie, one key takeaway was clear. We must move education partnerships and beyond our discussions towards concrete actions that deliver impact for both of our countries. And this forum is our response to that call. So it's not just a dialogue, it is a platform for real actions, bringing together all of you, the policymakers, the researchers, industry leaders, and institutions to identify practical pathways for research translation, capacity building, and sustainable collaboration. At the British Council, we are very proud to support this initiative under the UK's International Science Partnership Fund. We remain fully committed to strengthening institutional links, nurturing research talent, and supporting systems that enable innovation to thrive. I encourage all of you today to engage openly, share boldly, and think ambitiously through this forum. Because when research moves beyond discovery, when it translates into impact, it strengthens not only our innovation ecosystems, but also the long-term trust and prosperity between the UK and Indonesia. For my final note, I also want to acknowledge that we are in the holy month of Ramadan. Therefore, to colleagues and friends who are observing the fast, thank you for your presence and commitment in contributing to today's discussions. We hope this forum will be both meaningful and energizing for all of you. And may this month bring reflection, strength, and continued inspiration to us all. I wish you all a very productive and inspiring forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samar Shah, Country Director for Indonesia and Director of Southeast Asia from British Council, for your inspiring remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we are privileged to invite to the stage Dr. Muhammad Fauzan Aziman, Director General for Research and Development, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the opening remarks. To Dr. Muhammad Fauzan Aziman, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and honorable as well guests from, welcome again to Pak Samarsia, of course, from British Council, Director Indonesia and Director Southeast Asia, and then here as well, very welcome. And then we're glad as well to host Ibu Dr. Lucia Andalusia, our Director General of Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices, Ministry of Health. And then I think we maybe as well full team from our Director General of Research and Development with Prof. Yos Sunitioso as our Director of Partnership and Downstream of Research, and Prof. Ikutut Adnyana, Director of Research and Community Services. And also a warm welcome to Pak Stephen Wahyudi Santoso as the Organizing Committee for Research Translation Forum. So allow me to greet you with a little bit of background why we would like to build equitable UK-Indonesia pathways for health sector innovation and drug development translation in Indonesia. So let me check whether the okay. So first of all, we transformed a little bit since last year. So it's been a year now, whereby we shift the way we do research. So in the past, usually research based on key focus of fields, priorities, but we then start shifting that our research to start with key problem statements. Yeah. So this is what we call it a challenge-based research program. And by challenge, it means that we would like research to be multidisciplinary in nature, and then one of which is, of course, on health technology. And why this is important? Because when we solve health issues, for example, and also drugs discovery, for example, we don't talk only about medicine, we don't talk about only science, we talk about social humanities, for example, we talk about the economic of scale. So in fact, each problem will require a framework of working together between different partnerships and also institutions as we see today. So that's for that reason, what we see today is what we would like to push forward in Indonesia so that we can improve our national competitiveness through world-class research quality. So we are putting a lot of effort in terms of finding the right problem sets. We are putting a lot of efforts in improving quality of our research. So quality based on the right problem sets that required by Indonesia. And then for that reason, I think this is as well something that you may have seen, but it's just a reminder that at the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, we divide our research program into two. So it's just two, so it should be easy to remember. So first is what we call it Priority Research Program, and second is what we call it Strategic Research Program. So by priority, it means in Indonesia, we still see that improving distribution or equity across Indonesia is very important. So we are putting a lot of our programs so that it can reach out to a lot of people across Indonesia. So we do have around 300,000 academics in Indonesia. We have around 10 million students in Indonesia. We have around 4,600 universities across Indonesia. So equity, improving distributions is still key. So we call it Priority Research Program. So the meaning of this is we would like our average from point A going to point B. So we are a big ship, but in fact, still very important for us that our research can reach out to a lot of people, as many as we can. And second, we have what we call it the Strategic Research Program. So by strategic, it means that we try to solve the most important key problem statements required by the country. So this, for example, strategic could be improving of health care conditions in Indonesia, could be tuberculosis, for example, scalable diagnostics of cancer, for example, things that we really need to solve by ourselves working together with our international partners. And then we hope that by working on strategic research program, our research becomes more and more impactful. So this is where we bring research impactful, or in Bahasa Indonesia, riset berdampak. Now, to give you a little bit of context, on the right-hand side, we invest around 3.4 trillion rupiah a year, and then on the left-hand side, we invest maybe about equal, the same. And then also the president about a month ago as well instruct us. He added 50% of our budget on top of existing this year. Yeah, so we do have additional room to improve our quality of research and also the outreach of the research itself that I mentioned earlier. So we talk about quantity. Quantity is still important in Indonesia, but we push a lot on quality, and then we push a lot of this based on problem statement that we think important. Now, what is one key important problem is, I think hopefully this afternoon will be discussed a lot on this. This is just one example that we would like to accelerate our drug discovery program. And then very much appreciated the contributions and also partnership with the Ministry of Health, with the Director General here, Ibu Rizka. So we would like to say leverage Indonesia's traditional herb knowledge with advanced computational methods for rapid, say, antiviral development. So computational aspect becomes important. The reason of this is because of we are still catching up in terms of infrastructures, but computational becoming more and more affordable. So we would like to provide more and more access to computational scientists that can also assist us in development of our data, sovereignty of data, sovereignty of our algorithm. So this research will be very important for us, and then for that reason, we would like to encourage everyone as well to chip in terms of the way we build our drug discovery based on Indonesia's local wisdom. So we understand we are very multicultural in a way, and then we are as well archipelagic in nature. It means that one solution in one location could be one drug in one location, may not probably as effective in other locations. So for that, we have a few programs that we feel will be useful. Hold on, let me, do this. That say genomics, AI-enabled biosurveillance, data ethics, biomedical applications, just to name a few. Which means that we are so much interested in understanding innovation within this field. But again, this is not the only field, which I think as well will be expanded later on during this afternoon, but this is an example why state-of-the-art technology still could be useful in Indonesia. And if we're looking at numbers, now the reason why translational become important is because of we need to translate what we have in the labs to the community or our society's needs essentially. So which means that there is economic scale of it. So for example here, bioinformatics, bioeconomy itself may reach up to around $700 billion in economy by 2045. So itself, it speaks volume. And it speaks as well inertia that we need to invest from now on. Now, that comes from our natural heritage of the country, which is our biodiversity. So I would like as well to bring up a little bit of cross-cutting technologies that we can build up. So when we build health, it means as well you can bring up technologies to this. You can also bring up innovation, social innovations to that. So it means that people can chip in from different background and also creativity. Now, I would like again to just mention the importance of key strategy, what we built in this case. So there are 4 key strategies. Hold on, let me see, I think it's just probably a bit far. Yeah. So here I think one key important is talent, of course, very much key. So as Pak Summer mentioned earlier, the President visited London about 3 to 4 weeks ago, and then me and the Minister as well joined with Pak Summer, so we had a roundtable discussion. The President is very passionate about talent development as a key backbone of the policy, and then invest a lot in this as well. And we built also public-private partnerships in this. So last week, as mentioned again by Summer, the President went back to the UK, and I was also in the team. We invest in the UK pretty much with the idea of we kind of shift some of our key focus of talent development towards science and technology. The reason for this is because the belief of our economic development and also equity within the country will be affected a lot, the sustainability of it by the capability of us in penetrating of science and technologies in our daily life. So then with that, I will just stress one more time that the key policy of our research and development indeed partnership. So what do we need from our side? It's not that many. So we need from industry, government partners, and also communities, high-value problems. So the reason we do have sufficient experts within our universities, communities, we would like to factorize the way we do research. For example, if tuberculosis is the most important, then we work together in making sure we make impact in solving our tuberculosis problem. And then we would like campus to be a potential node of economic growth and also social environment problem solver. Now, we also realize that when we do research, we need to understand where we are, so on the upstream and downstream. As you can see from this graph, government is the green part, and then government could intervene a lot more on the upstream part. And then as we go to the downstream part, as you can see that the blue segment appears, which means that we need to work with industry. And then when we do scaling up, as you can see that we need to work with investors. And then as you more scale up, and then you start also need to work with banks. So which means that since the beginning, if we don't really target well, you may not end up at the end of the road. So what we need to do is we build transfer technology capabilities since the beginning. So this is something which we would like to encourage everyone. So when you're doing research, either in health, either as well in drug discovery, since the beginning of the road, do try to understand how to make impact to the end of the road. So this is very key, and then for that reason, we create a number of new programs this year. We do have an open access program that can be accessed through Indonesia that we are preparing for everyone to learn about transfer technology, for everyone to learn about basic research, and for everyone to learn about state-of-the-art research topics that we invest quite a lot in this. Hopefully, we can roll out soon within this year. So with the hope that more and more people can understand how to really walk through from the upstream to the downstream. Now, if I go further a little bit, so we would like to show you as well some successful case. So we start listing how many of our products from universities with royalties, and then we start also list the highest as well. And then last year we even gave an award to the highest paid royalty professor in Indonesia. And then the highest royalty paid professor in Indonesia was paid more than 10 billion rupiah. Not yet pound, rupiah, so 10 miliar rupiah, 11 miliar rupiah for exact, a year royalty. And then in which part of research that the professor did, it was in health sector. Because health sector is more scalable. So which means that if we do work well, it's actually not only will be impactful for society and communities, but also will be impactful for our academics as well, and of course the universities. So more and more of this type of awards we will give out throughout the year, so that we would like to encourage more and more researchers to be productive, so that research could be translated and can be accepted by our societies. And then you can also check out our website. Apologies that I don't put the name of the website. So let me just probably, or later on we can show you. But it's essentially in our website, kemdiktisentech.go.id, but before that you put RISBANK, RISBANK for Riset dan Pengembangan. So risbank.kemdiktisentech.go.id, where you can see all of our research throughout Indonesia that we've been doing. Say here for the last 5 years, we've been doing 67,000 research, and then you can click, so this is interactive. You can see who is doing what where, and also you can see as well that our facilities, our products, and you can also access our ChatGPT like AI on-premise. So we built locally in our server, so we don't pass our research data online, of course, just to be cautious. But then you can ask, if you go there, you can ask about anything. So you can ask similar to you ask in Gemini, or similar if you ask Perplexity. And then it will give you answer, but all the answer will be then referred back to only our research in Indonesia. So you will be shown a number of results that we do. So yeah, please do try out. This is something that I personally assist in building, because in my past life I was more on developer of a few platforms. Okay, so here is another thing. So this is more downstream research. You can also see the problem statement as I mentioned before. So this is maps of stunting across Indonesia. And then the reason why we do this is we want to show in Indonesia usually problems do not come by easy environment, which means that results or solution in one area may work or may not work in other areas. And as you can see here, prevalence of stunting across Indonesia, and we do have some more rats compared to other. So we did some interventions by adding more research to that area. Especially we built recently a consortia around that area to reduce prevalence of stunting. And then you can also, if you want, superimpose locations with research that we do around that area. So this, it means that you can see gaps, which means as well, you can probably help assisting us in solving some of these key problems. So this is just stunting. We do have, of course, waste, for example, and if you have also new data, could be tuberculosis, for example, please feel free to discuss with us. Or if you're from institutions, we can also link up through APIs. So hopefully that explains policy and also our excitement of pushing further on the health and also drug discovery topics. We are providing more support this year, so please come and visit us when you can, not only during these formal occasions, but also to discuss with us if you have new ideas, because usually we work by 80-20, so 80 based on what we plan, 20 based on exciting thing maybe that we unplanned, but we can push forward to provide some room for creativity. Thank you very much, everyone, and then please enjoy today's discussion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Fauzan, for the presentation. Please kindly stay on the stage, Pak, because we will continue with the photo session on the stage. And I would like to also invite again Bapak Stephen Wahyudi Santoso and Mr. Samersha to join Pak Fauzan on the stage for a group photo session. please. And after this, we will have a group photo session with all of the audiences. To the media and documentation team, please kindly document this wonderful moment, all right? I would like to count in 3, 2, 1. One more time, 3, 2, 1. Mohon izin kepada Ibu Dirjen untuk bisa dapat bergabung dengan keadas panggung. Silahkan Ibu. Baik, silahkan. Kita akan berfoto bersama sekali lagi. In 3, 2, 1. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time with all of the audiences. So please, ladies and gentlemen, we can move forward into the center. Ya, into the center. Kita bisa berpindah ke depan panggung dan mungkin Bapak Ibu bisa berdiri di tempat masing-masing. Kita akan berfoto bersama supaya semuanya terlihat. Nanti kameramen akan bisa mengambil gambar dari atas panggung. Baik. Apakah sudah terlihat semua? Everyone can be seen on the camera? Alright. 3, 2, 1. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much. You may now return back to your seat. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan yang paling meriah, Bapak dan Ibu. Can we give a round of applause for all of us? In this wonderful afternoon, we already hear 3 remarks and also presentation. Yeah, and after this, we will directly dive into the plenary session and also panel discussion. And of course, this session or this program gather all stakeholders from academia into government. All of us gather today to strengthen the collaboration between Indonesia and the UK in terms of research and innovation. And we will have one plenary session, also 3 panel discussion coming up. And also we will have a parallel discussion that we will conduct together. So please kindly stay until the end of the event. And for the first plenary session, we'll have the topic Shared Landscape Mapping Strength. This session will discuss how Indonesia's and the UK national strategies and funding schemes support discovery, capacity building, and collaboration, enabling academic research to be translated into market implementation. And to lead us throughout this plenary session, we would like to invite our moderator. She is Dr. Nur Afni Chatur Andriani, Associate Professor in Medical Informatics from Binus University. To Dr. Nur Afni Chatur Andriani, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to once again welcome you to our forum today, ISPF Indonesia-UK Research Translation Forum in Health Sectors. The Honorable guest, Mr. Stephen Wahyudi Santoso, the President of Binus Higher Education, representing the organizing committee today, and also Mr. Samasya, the Country Director of Regional Leads for East Asia British Council, Bapak Dr. Fauzan Aziman, the Director General of Research and Development Ministry of Higher Education, and one of our keynote speaker, Ibu Dr. Anda Lucia Rizkia Andalusia, the Director General from Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices from Ministry of Health Republic of Indonesia, and all the distinguished leaders from Binus University, from British Council, and also Ministry of Education, esteemed speaker, invited guests from Indonesia and also United Kingdom. Welcome, and hopefully you can enjoy the fruitful discussion forum. Today's forum represents more than collaborations. It reflects a shared commitment to strengthening research translation, ensuring the scientific discovery do not remain only in laboratories or scientific publication, but are transformed into policies, technologies, innovation that improve life. The Indonesia-UK partnership has long been rooted in mutual respect, as also mentioned many times with Mr. Samasya and also Pak Fauzan, that we have long history on collaboration in sharing expertise and common vision for advancing health, science, and innovation. This forum serves as a strategic platform to deepen that partnership. We're gonna shortly having our keynote session. I'll be chairing the keynote session, and the keynote session today entitled Share Landscape, Mapping Strengths. This theme is particularly timely and also strategic. In advancing research translation, we must first understand the landscape. Where are our institutions' strengths? What policy frameworks support innovation? Where are the gaps and the bottlenecks? And how can Indonesia and UK complement each other in accelerating impact? Mapping strengths is not merely about identifying excellence. It is about aligning ecosystem from regulatory framework and health technology assessment to funding mechanism, academia, and also industry collaboration. And for that particular purposes as well, I give you the context that our today's participants are coming broadly from the medical expertise, professor researcher in medical and also pharmaceutical, and we also have some partner from industry. So hopefully later on at the end of the forum group discussion, we're going to have a lot of insight that we can produce policy brief that can help the government to improve the research transition in Indonesia. So for no further delay, I would like to invite our keynote speaker this afternoon. The first is Ibu Dr. Lucia Rizka Andalusia, the Director General of Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices from Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia. Dr. Rizka is distinguished global health leader and current Director General for Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices at Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia, with over 3 decades of experiences integrating science and policy to advance equitable access to medicine, vaccines, and also medical technology. With a doctorate degree in biomedical and medical sciences and background as a pharmacist, she has played a strategic role in pharmaceutical development, regulatory governance, and resource mobilization, while championing local production as a pillar national health resilience. Through influential international role, including board membership at CEPI and the engagement in global forums such as in G20, she brings global collaboration with national priorities to strengthen sustainable health in research and development ecosystem. So please welcome and join us on the stage, Ibu Dr. Lucia Rizka Andalusia. Please give applause to Ibu Dr. Rizka. Please join us on the stage. We still have one keynote speaker coming from United Kingdom who will join online. Dr. Martina Garau, the Director of Office and Health Economics, University of Nottingham. Hello, Dr. Martina Garau. Is she around in the online platform? Does she already in the online room? Yep. Hello, Dr. Martina Garau. Good. I think it's still very early morning in UK. So, Dr. Martina? Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon. Dr. Martina Garau is the seasoned health economist and Director of Office of Health Economics, an independent UK-based research organization focused on health policy and economic analysis. She has over 20 years of experience leading research and consulting projects for life science firms, non-profit organizations, and trade associations with expertise in health technology assessment, value assessment, pricing and reimbursement system, and the economic evaluation of healthcare intervention in both high and middle income countries. Her work often explores structured decision-making approaches, the societal impact of health technologies, and economic challenges related to innovative and urban medicine, contributing to evidence that shapes healthcare resource allocation and policy debates internationally. So, Dr. Matenagaro, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have 15 minutes in this keynote session. It will be used 30 minutes for the keynote speaker deliver their talk. So each of you gonna use 15 minutes, 5 minutes to deliver the talks. And we will continue with discussion, question and answer within 20 minutes. So, Bu Dirjen langsung ini ya. Okay, so for the first attempt, I would like to present Ibu Dirjen to deliver your talk.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Director General of Research and Development, Ministry of Higher Education, Republic of Indonesia, Pak Fauzan. Honorable Country Director and Regional Lead East Asia, British Council, Mr. Summer Sia. And also Pak Stephen from BINUS, and esteemed speaker and invited guests from Indonesia and United Kingdom. It's a great honor for us to join you today at the Indonesia-UK Research Translation Forum 2026 to share Indonesia perspective on strengthening research translation in pharmaceutical and healthcare. At a time when global health systems are facing complex challenges from emerging diseases to the rapid evolution of advanced therapies, our ability to translate research into accessible, affordable, and impactful health solutions has ever been more critical. Today, I would like to highlight how Indonesia MOH developed framework designed to bridge the gap between discovery and development, regulation, and real-world implementation, ensuring that innovation truly benefits for our people. As DG Fauzan mentioned, all the research undertaken must have tangible impact for our community and contribute to strengthening the health system. In recent years, Indonesia innovation ecosystem has continued to develop and strengthen. This progress can observe through the country performance in the Global Innovation Index, where Indonesia has improved its ranking over the past 12 years, moving from 85th to the 55th position. Despite the positive trajectory, Indonesia ranking still lag behind several countries in ASEAN countries. And one of the major gaps contributing of this situation is the relatively low rate of commercialization of research innovation. While research output continue to grow, the translation of these outputs into market-ready product, scalable technology, and economic value remain limited. As shown in the previous slide, Indonesia has made significant progress in improving its innovation ranking. I would like to follow up on what DG Fauzan has conveyed regarding the stages of the research and the key of stakeholders involved in each stage. We are trying to map out the existing gaps across the research stages, particularly in the health sector. We still face important gaps, particularly in the commercialization, industry R&D investment, clinical trials, regulatory process, and intellectual property strategy in the biomedical sector. These gaps are not merely about the research capacity, they are about the translation, how effectively we move from the discovery to real-world health impact. To better understand where this gap occurs, we need to look at how research progress systematically from early discovery to measurable health public health outcome. If we, I don't want to repeat the DG already mentioned, but especially I mentioned in the T3 and T4, which is the focus shift to implementation, ensuring that proven intervention are effectively integrated into clinical practice through outcome research and health system delivery. Finally, we evaluate real-world population-level outcomes to confirm true public health benefits and inform policy refinement. For us as stewards of pharmaceutical and medical devices, this framework underscores our responsibility not only to ensure safety, quality, and efficacy, but also to facilitate efficient translation from innovation to equitable access and meaningful health impact for society. While the translational framework provides a clear pathway, in practice we face significant barriers that limit progress. First, at the research process level, we also have many challenges. The second one, interdisciplinary collaboration remain a structural challenges, and also the barrier related to the concept and culture of translational research itself. Confidence gaps, differing view on research metrics, and limited understanding of translational pathway can reduce engagement and alignment. For us at Ministry of Health, this barrier signal the need for systemic solution, strengthening research capacity, and also enabling cross-sector collaboration, aligning incentive and also ensuring sustainable funding mechanism. Only by addressing this constraint can we accelerate translation and ensure the innovation truly reach patient and broader community. In response to persistent and emerging health challenges, the government of Indonesia has launched a bold transformation of its national health agenda designed to be resilient, equitable, and future-ready. This transformation is aligned with our President's vision to create healthy, productive, independent, and fair society. We have 6 pillars of the strategic and the health transformation agenda, start from the primary healthcare strengthening, secondary services, health system resilience, financing reform, health workforce development, and the integration of health technology. Each pillar is interconnected and plays a vital role in achieving a resilient and sustainable health system. The acceleration of health resilience and also the strengthening of translational research are mandated in our health law, Omnibus Health Law, number 17 in year 2023, and further regulation and elaborated in Government Regulation number 26 to year 2024. This regulation highlight the strengthening the government position. The regulatory framework outlines several key strategies, including 1, promote the direct research and development by leveraging available national potential, and also strengthen self-reliance, and through development of resilient and integrated end-to-end supply chain, and also advanced translation and downstreaming of research through the establishment and enabling research ecosystem. And we also strengthen our regulation and try to build the implementing regulation in our ministry decree to strengthen the activity of the research in our health sector. And also we try to, next slide, sorry. Yes, sorry for the, yeah. Regarding to our roadmap, we already mapping what is the project in our drug development to support the medicine and also the medical devices which we have to develop in the next 5 years together with the researcher, with the other ministry, to mapping what is the needs of in our national health program needs. And we try to strengthening our research in the active pharmaceutical ingredients and also the biologic product, and then also the vaccine which we need for our health program. Next slide. Yes. As I mentioned in our previous slide, we have to strengthen our focus in our healthcare needs, and also to build a strong and sustainable local production ecosystem. The Ministry of Health has implemented several strategic measures to accelerate the growth of pharmaceutical and medical devices sector across the main areas, in the R&D area, in the production and market access. Because if we only concentrate in the R&D area, but we not intervention in the market access, so the innovation product cannot use in the health sector. From a regulatory perspective, the government has harmonized and streamlined regulation to enhance legal certainty, and including the implementation of Health Law number 70/2023, and also integrated the investment authority under the Ministry of Investment, and also government support is further provided through fiscal incentive such as tax holiday, tax allowance, and non-fiscal incentive are also available, including government grants and funding support, as well as accelerate licensing process. The Ministry of Health places strong emphasis on utilization of technology innovation to improve the quality of health services with a strategic focus on 3 key areas: biotechnology for precision medicine, artificial intelligence, and also robotic technologies. These 3 domains are reviewed as mutually reinforcing pillars to drive more effective, efficient, and patient-centered healthcare delivery. Among this area, AI has emerged as a critical enabler of Indonesia health transformation agenda. Through data-driven insight, AI contributes to improve accuracy, timeliness, and consistency of healthcare services while supporting more personalized and evidence-based care. This slide presents Indonesia National Genomic Initiative Program. We call it the Biomedical and Genome Science Initiative, or BGSI. The program aims to strengthen the research ecosystem while supporting the implementation of precision medicine in Indonesia. We build on the principle of accessibility, equality, and equity and quality, ensuring that genomic research and services benefit for broader Indonesia population. The program focuses on 9 priority diseases as well as the general population, positioning genomics as an enabler for national research ecosystem. In terms of product and services, BGSI also focus on translating genomic research into clinical practice. Currently, we have 7 genomic services have been implemented in hospital, and also in additional, health technology assessment studies are being conducted, for example, to support the adoption of non-invasive prenatal testing in clinical services. Another key component is the development of a gene bank, which will support long-term storage of biological sample for research. The currently facility has storage capacity around 400,000 tubes, while the National Gene Banks for Health is designed to store up 10 million samples. Overall, BGSI serves as a critical platform to integrated genomic research, clinical services, and national health policy, accelerating the implementation of precision medicine in Indonesia. As I mentioned earlier, Indonesia has developed a roadmap to strengthen domestic vaccine production, particularly for vaccine included in the National Immunization Program. Currently, we have 14 antigen in our National Immunization Program. And also in additional learning from the recent pandemic, we are also working to enhance pandemic preparedness by ensuring that the latest vaccine technologies can be mastered by the pharmaceutical industry in Indonesia. Our goal is that in the event of a future pandemic, vaccine candidates could be available and ready to enter the clinical trial within 100 days mission. Within 100 days. It's aligned with the 100 days mission from CEPI. In line with this effort, we have initiated the development of mRNA vaccine technology through several initiatives, including the WHO Technology Transfer Program, as well as collaboration with research institutions and international organizations, such as CEPI and Gates Medical Research Institute. As I mentioned earlier, Indonesia has also respond to a rapid adoption of AI in the healthcare. Next slide. The Ministry of Health has established an artificial intelligence utilization committee in the health sector, bringing together regulators, academics, and health sector professionals to ensure that innovation is guided by strong ethical principles, patient safety, and public trust. This collaborative governance framework prioritizes ethical issues, data protection, interoperability with national digital health platform, and also regulatory readiness, ensuring that AI innovation translates into tangible health system impact and strengthen national health resilience. Technology innovation also, particularly in the artificial intelligence, can support tuberculosis detection in Indonesia. Indonesia continues to face a high TB burden with around 1 million new cases annually. However, detection remains challenging, especially because many cases are asymptomatic and radiologist capacity is limited. To address this, the Ministry of Health is implementing AI-assisted chest X-ray screening to support early TB detection. With around 2,500 X-ray machines nationwide, this technology can rapidly analyze images and assist healthcare workers to identifying suspected TB cases. Okay. AI implementation is supporting also in the cancer area. We have a clinical trial, AI implementing in supporting lung cancer detection. AI is also being piloted to support lung cancer detection through chest X-ray analysis. We're doing piloting in our hospital, addressing the challenges of high imaging workload and limited radiology capacity. And also at the stroke diseases or in the neuro diseases, we require rapid diagnosis and immediate treatment. Yet timely interpretation of CT scan can be challenging in high volume setting. To support clinician, AI-assisted CT scan analysis, currently we also piloting in 2 hospitals, one in Padang and another one in our National Brain Center Hospital in Jakarta. To get the early result, show improvement in diagnostic accuracy and faster interpretation time, which is critically in emergency stroke care where every minute matters. Clinical trials involving around 600 samples are currently underway. Beyond AI, we also integrating the robotic technologies to improve rehabilitation and surgical care. This includes robot-assisted rehabilitation system to help patients recover motor function after stroke or neurological injury, and also robotic exoskeletons to support the mobility training, and robot-assisted surgical system to enhance precision and minimize invasiveness. And then to support this development of the technology, health technology, Indonesia also building the INA-CRC, is the first INA-CRC Act in our national facilitator, and we encourage every hospital under the Ministry of Health to build the clinical research unit to accelerate the result of the innovation product. Next slide. This slide presents the result of clinical trial capacity mapping survey conducted in 98 CRU hospitals across Indonesia. We, together with BPOM, Indonesia FDA, to develop the smart strategy for drug development in Indonesia and the International Vaccine Institute Site Assessment Framework to look the capacity of our hospital doing the clinical trial. Next slide. Because the limitation of time, research must be translated into a service as well as clinical practice. To accelerate this activity, the progress begin the implementation study of genomic services. At this stage, we ensure the policy and ethical compliance, conduct pilot studies of genetic and genomic testing in clinical practice, and generate strong evidence through cost-effectiveness studies. The next step is integrating the evidence into clinical practice guideline for national program. And yeah, I'm happy because the second speaker have the expert on health technology assessment. Health technology assessment is very important because through the HTA we evaluate the cost effectiveness and health impact of the new technology in the health sector. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia and the UK, United Kingdom have strengthened our partnership through the MOU on health cooperation. We signing on May 2025 between the MOH and the UK Department of Health and Social Care, aligned with the UK ASEAN Socio-Culture Framework. The cooperation covers clinical research, disease surveillance, including antimicrobial resistance, and importantly, health science, technology, and innovation, encompassing biotechnology, genomic, pharmaceutical, and medical devices. For Indonesia, this collaboration is strategic in advancing pharmaceutical and vaccine manufacturing capacity, including our role in the UK Southeast Asia Vaccine Manufacturing Research Hub through Institute Technology Bandung, Bio Farma, and also BRIN. We also continue to benefit from the Fleming Fund in strengthening antimicrobial resistance surveillance and antimicrobial stewardship. Moving forward, we see this partnership as instrumental in reinforced regulatory system, manufacturing resilience, and health product self-reliance. I think this is our last slide. I highlight that the Indonesia-UK collaboration in research, innovation, and networking. Under joint research capacity building, Indonesia collaborates with leading UK institutions such as Cancer Research UK and Queen Mary University in London, alongside National Referral Hospital, including National Cancer Center and also Cipta Mangunkusumo Hospital. And the collaboration focuses on cancer research, funding, and clinical integration, as well as researcher exchange, training, and education. In terms of networking, Indonesia also actively engaged with the global partners through platforms such as Global Genomic Network for Education and Training, and its England, and other academic and professional network, including the Indonesian diaspora in the UK. Through this partnership, Indonesia strengthen knowledge exchange, expand research collaboration, and also accelerate research innovation and clinical research for the healthcare sector. Indonesia today faces both urgency and opportunity. We are driven by pressing health and economics needs, while at the same time supported by growing scientific capacity, clinical research capability, and ongoing regulatory reforms. In this context, the collaboration between Indonesia and UK should be not only as a cooperation, but as a complementary partnership across the translational spectrum. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for a very insightful presentation, Ibu Dr. Rizka. And now we go to the next keynote speaker, Dr. Martina Garau. Hello, Martina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. So you have 15 minutes to deliver your talks.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you very much. So I will wait to get my slides up. But in the meantime, I will introduce myself. So thank you very much. So this is not my first one. We have to go up, I think. So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure and an honor for me to be here today. Thank you for the introduction, all the organizers for inviting me. I would have loved to be there with you, but it's also nice to be connected online. So I'm director at the Office of Health Economics in London, and my work sits towards the end of the translational research pathway, where evidence from science, medicine, and clinical practice meets the realities of economics, which means mainly value assessment, health technology assessment, as my previous speaker emphasized, and reimbursement decision making. So in other words, my focus is on how to improve health systems decisions as to whether innovations should be adopted, paid for, and used in routine care. Next slide, please. So my next slide, I'll just basically show the content of my speech. So I will briefly present the research ecosystem in the UK and its key players, and then how NHS evaluates and adopts innovative technologies in the healthcare system, with a particular focus on digital health technologies, given the topic of today's forum. And then I will conclude with some reflections on where Indonesia and UK can collaborate, particularly as both countries invest in digital health, AI, governance, and generally more sophisticated processes for value assessment and reimbursement. And so my goal is to give you a perspective from the policy and evaluation end of the transitional pathway, so that you can see how research in early discovery stages connects to decisions that have an impact on patient access and system-wide implications. Next slide, please. And just before I start, I just wanted to say a few words about my organization, which is the Office of Health Economics, based in London. So we are an independent research organization that specializes in the economics of the healthcare system, with a particular focus on health economics, health technology assessments, or HTA, as I'm going to refer to in my presentation. And we work in the UK, but also internationally, to support better decision-making on new technologies, which can be medicines, vaccines, digital health technologies, so vast range of interventions. And we also work with different stakeholders and players of the ecosystem, from academia, public and private sector, but also charities and patient groups. So the perspective that I'm bringing today comes from the intersection between research, data and policy. Next slide, please. So let's start on the the health landscape, which in the UK, which is distinctive because research, care delivery, data and data infrastructures are tightly integrated. And then this integration makes the UK a strong environment for testing, evaluating and adopting new technologies. So in this slide, you can see, giving an overview of the key institutions in the public sector, in the translational research ecosystem and pathway. So starting from the early research stages, where the Medical Research Council plays a critical role, followed by the NIHR, which spans almost the entire pathway, but has a different funding system, but it goes from like T0 to T4. Then we have the National Health System, so the NHS, which enables late stage trials and real world evidence collection when new technology is implemented. And finally, public health agencies supporting population level implementation. Next slide, please. And so with this visual representation, I just wanted to reinforce the idea that translation is a continuum, and particularly stress that technologies only reaches patients if the evidence generated upstream is strong, relevant, and ready for decision making at the end. And that becomes particularly challenging, as I'm going to emphasize later in my presentation, for fast-moving technologies like digital health or AI-based technologies, where the evidence that you need to develop can be different from traditional clinical trials. So in terms of HTA, so health technology assessment, that sits between T2 and T3, so where trial evidence meets decision-making and real-world implementation, but rely on evidence generated along the way, and also evidence that comes from the implementation, because with HTA, there is a continuous loop of incorporating evidence from not only from the clinical trials at the start, but also from implementation, so that it can inform reassessment from the health technology assessment agencies. Next slide, please. And so in terms of the UK, it builds on a strong academic base, particularly in medicines, AI, and engineering through the Russell Group universities, but also through some life science innovation clusters, the most famous being Oxford, Cambridge, and London, but also lots of growing and developing regional hubs. There's also a diverse industry mix that's made up of big pharma, smaller biotech, medtech, and digital innovators. And it's all supported by an evidence, what I call evidence ecosystem, where there are organizations such as the Health Foundation, Nuffield Trust, but also the Royal Colleges that play a role in the system. And that makes, this combination makes UK a valuable partner in international collaborations such as that with Indonesia. Next slide, please. And so that's where the work that I do is connect with your world in terms of translational research, because the innovation not only needs to work, but also needs to be adopted in systems with limited budgets. And that's where in HTA decision making, we look at not only a clinical benefit, but also value for money and the uncertainty of the clinical evidence. So next slide, please. And this is just to give you, without giving you much details of the processes, but it's to give you an idea of the how new technologies move into the NHS and has been mentioned before today in the various presentations. But we start with regulatory approval, looking at efficacy, so answering the question, does it work? And then going into HTA that is conducted by an institute called NICE, which looks at the clinical but also the cost effectiveness of new technologies to make funding recommendations. So those two agencies are independent because they have different remit. So on one hand, regulatory looks at whether it works and it is efficacious, but NHTA looks at whether it can work in practice in the UK population, but also if it's good value for money. But they also collaborate together in the innovative licensing and access pathways. It's an example of an initiative to support early access while maintaining and incentivizing strong evidence standards. Next slide, please. And just to stress and emphasize the importance of HTA and what it is in practice, which is a structure process to understand if an intervention is worth adopting. So it brings together clinical evidence, but also economic modeling, ethics, and public perspectives, and can be conducted at different stages of our product life cycle. And so the goal is to help systems to fund the right innovations and those that primarily improve health outcomes and represent good value for money. Next slide, please. But at the same time, with HTA, traditional HTA is not the whole picture because it captures values, but not the full spectrum. And the main focus is on maximizing population health because of the remit that they have. And those are represented by the two white boxes in the figure. So focusing on effectiveness and quality, the impact of an intervention, let's say, on effectiveness and health outcomes of patients and the cost for the healthcare systems. But there are many other aspects that are important and can have implications. And those are, for example, how the health outcomes are distributed across populations, represented by equity, but also impacts on family, carers, productivity, and broadly the societal benefits and economic benefits. And this is why conversations around broader value elements is growing internationally, including in the UK and Indonesia, and systems are developing methods to include all of those aspects in assessments. Next slide, please. And another aspect I wanted to highlight is related to the work that NICE does in terms of HTA is a dedicated mechanism for innovation where clinical evidence is still uncertain. And the Cancer Drugs Fund in England is particularly relevant because it allows promising oncology treatments to be used while additional data are collected. And the SACT data infrastructures enables that by providing data sets where data is collected and real world outcomes data across NHS providers is collected and then assessed by NICE once the a treatment is used for a couple of years, when therefore evidence is stronger. And so this is an advanced real world data approach to manage access of innovative and promising interventions. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Martina, you have another 3 minutes.
Sure, yeah, I'll be quick. So yeah, let's just wanted to talk about digital health technologies and how they are assessed within NICE. So next slide, please. This is just to say how digital health can include a vast range of technologies. I won't talk into much details of this, but just to give you an idea, that's the graph. And so if we go to the next slide, so in the UK, based on some work that we did at OHE, we analyzed the kind of frameworks and regulatory pathways that digital health technologies have in the UK. And so you can see there are some established dedicated framework. And then just based on our work, we looked at, we found some sort of 4 key insights that I wanted to mention, which are the importance of digital literacy, both for the users, but also for health workforce, the importance of regulation that has to combine rules with flexible guidance to accommodate the different types of digital products, value assessment that again needs to match those characteristics and not applying simply medicines frameworks, and finally how future-proofing is important. And yeah, so I will move to the next slide because I wanted to present an example of a digital health technology, which is Sleepio. So I'm on the next slide, which is a fully automated digital program that delivers cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia. And so all of this support is provided through a device without clinician time required. So Sleepio was assessed by NICE, and the Office of Health Economics had a critical role in analyzing the data that was submitted to NICE. And this is an example where there was a real-world evidence collected and analyzed to show that this digital app could reduce GP visits and prescriptions to sleeping tablets. So overall, the economic model showed that there was some savings in the long term. And as a result, NICE recommended it as an option for people with insomnia. And so this was quite it's a landmark moment because it was the first digital therapeutic recommended by NICE, and showing how important, the ability to collect data, but also the importance to analyze this data for health technology assessment. Next slide, please. And so the Sleepio approach and example shows how digital tools can deliver system level savings, and the importance, as I said, of collecting real-world data to demonstrate these values, and how traditional appraisal and regulatory pathways need to evolve to handle those technologies, given that the evidence is not simply based on clinical trials like medicines. Next slide, please. And this takes me to my final part, which is based on this context, reflecting where UK and Indonesia can work together. So if you can go to the next slide, I firstly identified some areas of shared priorities, including digital health, AI governance, and equitable access to innovation, but also challenges, including ensuring digital literacy, addressing regional inequalities, and identifying technologies that are cost-effective. Most importantly, both systems are interested in using evidence to support fair and sustainable innovation. Therefore, so in my last slide, which is my next slide, just highlighting some possible areas for joint work, which includes co-developing flexible evaluation frameworks for digital and AI-based technologies, building on NICE experience, for example, and also Indonesia evolving HTA processes. Secondly, developing shared method to integrate AI into HTA assessment and decision-making. And finally, developing methodology to better incorporate aspects of equity and broader value elements in assessments. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Martina. Thank you very much. Give applause for Martina. So Budija would like to join, or I just come? Okay. So intersection from both of the speech, we can see that from a regulation point of view, and also from the best practices on the health technology as a translation, health research translation, we can see that AI, advancement of AI and technology are natively blended to the medical research space. So in this room, we are not only having researcher with medicine background, Ibu Dirjen, but also some of them are coming with biomedical engineering and also informatics. So hopefully this forum can engage further collaboration to support research translation in health and pharmaceutical for sure. Okay, because we had limited time, maybe before I would like to address my question. Is there any question from the floor? Maybe I can give 1, 2. I think, okay, 3, okay. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Now, so help me from, yeah.
Okay. Assalamualaikum.
You can stand up, doctor.
Okay.
Mention your name and then institution.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Arif. I'm a cardiologist and also biomolecular researcher. I'm focusing on the organizing proteomics data, especially the RNA and protein in the exosomes. So my question is about focusing on the collaborations and also the clinical trials. And because my basic is as a cardiologist, so given the in cardiology, given the burden cardiac mortality still in the leading burden of non-communicable diseases, I think we all agree that's point number 1. Second is the I'm just to the point to cost the time. You say, well, the systematic underrepresent the UK Indonesian join in the clinical trial is not yet developed, right? I mean, it's not really optimized, especially on developing phase 2 and 3 clinical trials. And because I'm also a clinical trial consultant by other professionals. And is there any platform that ready to use to co-develop between UK and Indonesia, especially to accelerate the phase 2 and 3 clinical trial or translations? And I mean, it's also including the novel biomarkers, AI-assisted diagnostics, and etc. So that's the first questions. And the second questions is related to what Ibu Rizka mentioning on the slide about the BGSI. So I think that is a great start, of course, we all agree. But then again, we know that Indonesia is quite diverse. We have many problems in collecting fundamental clinical data that not yet already standardized. It's also a big problem because when I'm facing on myself, when we want to collaborate with other countries, our data is still massively not really standard. So it's also become obstacles. So maybe, do you have any particular strategy to
address the data standardization in medical?
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. We got your question. I think we go to the next person who want to address the question. I will collect all the questions first, yeah. Please, quick question, yeah, Pak.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. So first of all, thank you very much for British Council for inviting us. I'm one of the beneficiary of ISPF funded research last year, and currently we are researching about drug-resistant epilepsy, and we use novel pharmaceutical technology as the approach to address the drug-resistant epilepsy that happens in Indonesia. So my question is, like, in terms of UK side and Indonesian side, do we actually have, my name is Mawan, I'm from Universitas Hasanuddin. So my question is, for such of proof of concept level study, so what I'm researching is microneedles, and as we know, microneedle is not even considered have its own establish regulatory in terms of how microneedles can be adapted to be produced in industrial scale, even internationally. And my question is actually, do we, as Indonesian government, make an active contribution toward the implementation or the realization of novel dosage form in terms of how we can make it readily translated to industry. So for example, my field, microneedles, we don't have any guidelines yet. Even internationally, we don't have any basis to translate it internationally. I know some industry already start to adapt the technology and try to make a large-scale production for microneedles, but the technology is...
Microneedles?
Microneedles, yes, as the drug delivery platforms. So I hope that's clear enough because I'm talking quite fast here.
Thank you. We got your question. The last question, yep, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ragil Dien. I'm from Oxford University Clinical Research Unit. We are based in Jakarta, hosted by the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. So I have one question for Ibu Andalusia. So Ibu, when the Ministry of Health shifted your strategy into the health technology specific to the AI and the robotic devices, so my question is what strategies to be complemented of that strategy will be implemented to address the lack of the digital literacy and lack of the technology skills of the primary healthcare staffs in the grassroots level. What is the strategy of that? And for Martina in the UK, it's a bit ethical questions. What is the ethical considerations should we as a researchers need to address when enhancing AI or health technology in general in research? Like what is the ethical considerations or the ethical values that we need to think when we apply the AI? Thank you.
Based on UK best practices, right?
Yes, thank you.
Good. We got your question. So thank you. So Ibu Dr. Rizka, we start with the first question from Dr. Arif. Do we have UK-Indonesia joint ready platform that can support clinical trial to accelerate research translation at least at the phase 1 and 2? Maybe Martina also can help as well.
Yeah, I think the first question from Dr. Arif, yeah, can be answered both from UK side and Indonesia side, yeah. But I want to share to the audience if currently we also build the ecosystem of the clinical trials to enforce the capability of our hospital and our researchers to do the phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trials, because usually we only doing the phase 3 clinical trial, which is already in the late stage, in the last stage, yeah. So I will check whether we already have the cooperation in the specific project with the UK, but with another institution we already have the cooperation to do the clinical trials. But from UK side, I'm not sure whether we already have the cooperation, but we also have cooperation with the CRUK, because actually my field in research about cancer, so I'm very famous, very close with the cancer area. With CRUK, we have several discussion and cooperation with the National Cancer Center to do the clinical trials. But the specific project, currently we don't have yet for the specific project, but we already have the cooperation with CRUK, and we have one of our researchers there, Ibu Susanti. They very active research on cancer field. For the second question from the Dr. Arif is about the PGSI and how we improve our quality in data clinics. Gitu ya, Dok? The question, yes. The problem of the health research is about the clinical data. So if you look at my presentation, we not only collect the genomic data, but we also collect the clinical data. So we combine the genomic data, clinical data, and we will analyze this, tertiary analysis, both from the genomic data and clinical data. Yes, I also aware if the only genomic data without the good quality of clinical data is nothing. Yeah. So from the beginning, in PGSI, we already have the clinical data, epidemiology data of the patient and also the clinical data, not only for at the patient, at the sick people, but also the health people. So we have both data from the health people and also the patient. And we combine with the genomic data. Doc.
Can be accessed by another researchers?
Yes, but with the term and condition. Yeah, we will build the ecosystem research environment, so you can use the data, but you not download the data. You just give your systematic analysis, and you can use our data, but not download the raw data. Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And then before I go to Martina, maybe we go to the second question first from Pak Mawan ya.
Pak Marwan, for the proof of concept microneedle,
yes,
you already have the proof of concept. What is the effort of the government to accelerate your innovation to the real world, to industry? We have the activity for a business matching between the inventor, the researcher, and the industry. And we already mapping the capability of our industry, technology, and also the level of technology in the medical devices. Microneedle is not listed in our list, but I think we can adding your technology, your innovation in our pipeline, our roadmap for the medical devices. We're working closely with Ministry of Industry because usually the research in the very early research is for the medical devices, very depending on the raw material, which is not our area. Let's say like the semiconductor, plastic, rubber, and also the metals is under Ministry of Industry responsibility. So we can doing business matching and discussion with the industry to develop your technology, your innovation. Yeah.
Okay, great. Hopefully answering your question and open opportunity. Okay, the third question from Ibu Ragil about the lack of the digital literacy capacity of the primary care talent.
Digital literacy, I'm not sure our workforce in Puskesmas, they don't have any capacity or capability in the digital literacy because we already introduced them with the internet and also all the digital devices. We since 2023 we deploy ultrasound and also X-ray and equipped with the AI. So it's our effort to accelerate and also to, what we call it, overcome the limitation of our workforce in the Puskesmas in the digital literacy.
Maybe the one is the technology support that is provided by the ministry to deliver the healthcare. But in terms of how do how are they ready to use the technology? They need the digital literacy, right? So is there any systematic program that addressed to them to improve their digital literacy so they are quite ready to
ready to
embrace
accept
ready
to accept the technology.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, we're doing the education and information and technical support to our workforce in the Puskesmas to accept the technology, the new technology. But I think it's quite good. It's not too bad. They know about the technology and can implementing this new technology, including the AI and digital technology.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Good. Yes. Okay. So now we go to Martina. Hello, Martina.
Hi there.
Yes. Maybe you can also add some additional information. Do we have UK Indonesia joint ready platform for clinical trial, especially for phase 1 and 2?
Okay, so I mean, in this respect, I don't think I can comment on that because, as I said, I'm not involved in early research. So yeah.
Yeah, no problem. So we can jump to the third question about ethical consideration in medical research domain, UK best practices.
Sure. So, I mean, in terms of the AI application and ethics, it applies to, the same principles that apply to any other types of research, particularly in terms of, protecting data privacy, and there are a series of regulation in Europe that applies also in the UK, but also in terms of avoiding bias. Particularly if the system that you use is trained with sort of specific population, let's say, and so it can be undertrained for others. So there's definitely challenges in terms of equity in that respect, but it's important to be aware and make sure that those are considered in research, and then ensuring the kind of transparency of the use of application of AI-based tools, and keeping obviously the kind of humans controlling the loop. And I mean, in the UK best practice, there are a series of regulations and frameworks at the different levels of the decision making that are presented. So from regulatory with the MHRA, with NICE that has provided some, and it's probably one of the few HT agencies that's provided some guidance on how AI can be incorporated into decision making. So not only AI-based technologies, but also how NICE can use AI for their decision making to streamline their evaluations and their processes, for example. So they have some sort of clear guidelines. And also the NHS Digital has published a series of frameworks that for evidence standards and generally for data ethics as well. So there is a series of, as I said, framework, but what is very important is the kind of strong governance in the way it's applied.
Okay, so it is embedded into the step of the research transaction itself, so we can check one by one for the, after the phase, I think, it is embedded into the research transaction. What about Indonesia, Dr. Rizka, about the ethical aspect? Do we have like reference standard or regulation that we can comply with?
Ethical aspect for research?
Yep.
Yes, we have a committee of ethical in the research of human research. Ethics committee for the human research.
Human research, yeah. But what about AI advancement? AI advancement. Okay, I will finish soon. What about ethics?
Yes,
AI,
yes. I mentioned in my presentation we have a AI committee.
Yeah.
The AI committee, they doing the assessment at the technical aspect. And also ethical aspect and the benefit of AI in the health sector, whether this AI have the good quality and also give the benefit impact to health technology, health system.
Life quality, yes. Yeah. Okay, great. Unfortunately, we don't have plenty of time to continue this fruitful discussion, but hopefully it gives you stimulation, opening the our insight about regulation and also a clear roadmap of Indonesia on supporting research translation and medicine and medical. And also from the Dr. Martina point of view, we are learning about that the successful research translation not only depend on the research itself, but also considering the health economics value, assessment, and evidence-based policy making. So strong evaluation framework are essential to ensure the innovation deliver measurable societal and also economic impact. So once more, I would like to thank you for Ibu Dirjen, Ibu Dr. Lucia Rizka Andalusia for delivering your keynote session today, and also Dr. Martina Garo from UK. Give big applause to both of the keynote speakers. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Martina.
Thank you so much. You may stay on the stage for a group photo session with the moderator, with Dr. Nur Afni. Please, a quick photo session before we conclude this plenary session in this wonderful afternoon. All right? In 3, 2, 1. One more time. The video in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Can we give another round of applause? Thank you so much, Ibu. And also thank you to the moderator for leading the plenary session that we have conducted together. And ladies and gentlemen, after we hear the discussions from the plenary session, we're gonna jump into the panel session 1 with the topic Shared Landscape Mapping Strength, Discovery and Early Translation. And this session will discuss how research translation can be mitigated from the early stage. And to guide us throughout these sessions, without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage our moderator that will lead this panel session. She is Ibu Alia Pramita Kusuma, PhD, Chair of IEEE Engineering in Medicine and Biology Society Indonesia Chapter, and also Lecturer of Biomedical Engineering, Institut Teknologi Bandung. So Ibu Alia, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hanging on there, we still have about three and a bit hours more left before we can do our iftar. So this is the first out of 3 panel sessions. In panel 1, it's T0 and T1, Discovery and Early Translation. Before we begin, I'd like to extend our sincere appreciation to our distinguished plenary speakers and honored guests. I think it has all been mentioned. Pak Stephen Wahyudi, Pak Samar Shah, Dr. Fauzan Aziman, Dr. Lucia, and Martina Garau. Thank you for their opening. And in this panel, we'd like to build on the perspectives where we're working on somewhat the threshold between kind of curiosity-driven research and making something that's actually going to be useful. So this stage, ideas are still kind of fragile, but also this is where actually if we really want to do translational research, the foundations of successful translation are built. So we need to make decisions on study design, data quality, ethics, IP, and especially partnership between, for example, Indonesia and the UK. And how we can complement each other, as has been highlighted by Lucia. Bu Lucia, Indonesia and UK is complementary. In Indonesia, we have rich biodiversity, we have very big clinical needs and emerging innovation ecosystem, while the UK is more experienced in structured translation pathways, health technology assessment, and other fields. So today, let's explore together. We do have 4 distinguished panelists. Let me open it so I'm not mistaken. So we do have our first panelist is Dr. Han Iwang. She's a research fellow from York Trials Unit in the University of York. She's here online. I can see her. Hi. Han is a health economist and data scientist specializing in transforming complex national health data into AI-driven decision tools. Her work supports decision-making and informs more sustainable, equitable healthcare policy in the UK and globally. And then second, we have our distinguished professor, Dr. Budi Wiweko, SPOG consultant. He is a specialist in obstetrics and gynecology with a subspecialty in reproductive endocrinology and fertility at Universitas Indonesia, and the active member of Perkumpulan Obstetri and Gynekologi Indonesia, also the founder of IMERI, if I'm not mistaken, and providing scientific and clinical expertise in fertility and reproductive health. And then we have Professor Wisnu Jatmiko. He's a full professor at the Faculty of Computer Science in Universitas Indonesia, specializing in AI and robotics with over 100 international publications, and also former chair of IEEE Indonesia. Finally, we do have with us also online Dr. Angelo Frey, who is a lecturer in organic chemistry in University of York. He works at the interface of synthetic inorganic chemistry, antibiotic drug discovery, automation, and machine learning. So the way this session works is as follows. Each of the presenters are allowed 5 minutes of presentation, so 5 minutes. I have been told to be very strict. So first we would like to start with Dr. Han Iwang, which is first in our list. Dr. Han?
Yes, hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Can you display her here? I can only see her here, not here. Excuse me, organizers. Okay,
oh, that's
perfect.
a big face.
Yes, the time is yours, Dr. Han.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Hani Ward. Really nice to meet you all this morning. Not today. I know I'm aware I only have 5 minutes. Unfortunately, my internet connection is not particularly stable this morning. So to spare you from seeing my frozen faces or hearing my voice in and out, I will just play a recorded version of my talk. So hopefully no nasty surprise, and hope that's okay. And would you please play the video for me? Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Terima kasih. Thank you for the invitation.
Terima kasih.
I'm Dr. Hani Wan, based at the York Trials Unit in the University of York in the UK. I'm a health economist, and I'm also trained as a data scientist. The core idea of my work is to turn the complex national health data into a simple AI-driven tools that support better decision. The aim is to help decision makers to make informed decisions and build healthcare systems that are sustainable, equitable, and healthier. So why does national data matter? In the UK, we collect many different types of data, such as medical notes, utilization data, for example, the primary care data, or the secondary care data like hospital data, the cancer registry, trial data, health surveys, and many more. In my work, I mainly use the utilization data and the cancer registry data, because these are the real-world and the longitudinal data, meaning that we can follow the real patients across the full care pathway. They are also linkable between them, and most importantly, they are population representative, which means the results are generalizable and also relevant for policy decisions. So over the years, I have done several work with this data, and here are some examples. So first is about economic tool for cancer care. We use the secondary data and the cancer registry data to build an individual level simulation model that map out the full disease and care pathway for the follicular lymphoma. So when we plug in the trial results for a new innovation, we can immediately tell whether it is cost-effective and what is the budget impact. We can also apply what we call the DCEA, the Distributional Cost Effectiveness Analysis, to understand who benefits and who may be left behind, to ensure our decisions reduce the health inequalities rather than widen them. And this is the front end of the tool. In brief, this tool supports the faster decision, better resource allocation, and a fairer healthcare system. My second example is an AI-driven early detection tool for pancreatic cancer, which is also known as a silent killer because it is usually diagnosed too late. So using the linked primary care data and also the cancer registry, we developed an AI algorithm that identified people at high risk more than 12 months in advance. So it allows the early diagnosis, which lead to the better survival, better patient outcomes, and lower the avoidable cost for the healthcare system. So recently, we look into the future, the climate change, and more specifically, the extreme weather events, because the number are increasing, and the climate-sensitive diseases such as heart attack put the pressures on the healthcare system. And also, they often affect the most vulnerable population first. So we are developing an AI-driven early warning system that uses the health and climate data to predict the climate-sensitive disease risk. So this allows the public health teams to act earlier and prevent avoidable death and minimize the disruption to the health services. And this helps to build a more sustainable and equitable healthcare system before it's too late. So what's next? I'm seeking a collaboration opportunity to develop decision support tools that brings the research into the real-world care, so that the right care can reach the right person at the right time. Because after all, data alone can't improve health, but how it informs a decision can.
Okay, let's get a big applause to Dr. Han.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite two of our distinguished speakers on the stage, Prof. Budi Wiweko and Prof. Wisnu Jatmiko. Please take the stage. Okay, after listening to Dr. Han from York, quite far away from here, about her research, now let's see the Indonesian perspective. So we have one medical side here and one engineering side. So let's start with the medical side. The time is yours, yes. Professor Marco.
Yes, thank you very much, Ibu
Alia.
Ibu Alia. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me in this very wonderful sessions on panel discussions. So I'm not preparing this, the presentation, only just some pointers how the collaboration what's happened between University of Indonesia, between Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, and then main teaching hospital currently is Dr. Cipto Mangunkusumo General Hospital. And Prof. Wisnu as well, actually from our university as well, and then we have a very good collaboration, very close collaboration between Faculty of Medicine and also Faculty of Computer Science under of IMERI. In Faculty of Medicine, we have Indonesian Medical Education and Research Institute. It was established in 2017, so I think now it's already 7 years old. We have 18 research centers in the Faculty of Medicine under our research institute. And then in the our main teaching hospital is Dr. Cipto Mangunkusumo, is a general public hospital. I think they have more than 1,000 beds. So that's why the collaboration between Faculty of Medicine and between Faculty of Medicine with the teaching hospital, we do the research-based services, that is we do in Cipto Mangunkusumo General Hospital, and then we do also the service-based research that we establish in the IMERI, on our research institute. So that's why the communication between clinician, for me, example as the clinician, I'm the gynecologist, that are working in the reproductive health, especially in the test tube baby, we have very good collaboration with the scientists, basic scientists, which mainly working in our research institute. For example, in our field, when we trying to solving the problem in the hospital, the patient who's suffering from extragenital tuberculosis infection, they are suffering from amenorrhea or not having menstrual, not having period. So we are trying to put stem cells into uterine, into the womb, to establish the layer in the womb. And then we're trying to find any vehicle, good vehicle to put amnion B layer and then stem cells into the womb. And then we send the problem to the research institute, and then our research reproduction research center in IMERI. So we have many master and also PhD, postdoc. They are working in IMERI, and then they establish the vehicles, and then doing the in vitro study, and sometimes animal lab, because we have an animal lab there in IMERI. And then after that, we bring the prototype in Indonesia. We know that the basics and translational research was done in IMERI, and then in the clinical research was done in our hospital. So the vehicles, after was established, we bring the vehicles into clinics, and then we put to the patients. We setting the clinical trial, and then after clinical trial was established, we published the result, and then the vehicle was registered. This is the collaboration between Faculty of Medicine of Indonesia with the our main teaching hospital, Dr. Cipto Mangunkusumo General Hospitals. And other invention as well, for example, is the diagnostic kit of dengue. Dengue diagnostic kit that was now is already commercially available. This was also established in our research institute. Now, from the dengue virus 2 type, our scientists from the infectious diseases also in collaborating with Oxford Clinical Research Unit, because we have Indonesian Oxford Clinical Research Unit in our institute in IMERI. So we have a very good collaboration for TB, malaria, including also for diagnostic kit and also vaccine development. And then the clinical trial was done in several hospitals, not only in the main teaching hospital, but also other teaching hospitals. And I recruited all the subjects and finished clinical trial. Now it's already commercially available in the market. And then, 1 minute, okay. And then the last, regarding the data management, we have a big data center was established in IMERI. I think Pak Ali also is one of the founder of Big Data Center. The data, we have some models of collaboration in using the data management. There's an open data set from Big Data Center IMERI. There's a closed or restriction models. So if the scientists want to use the data in a Big Data Center, they can make a collaboration with our researcher, with our scientists. If the data was closed or restriction, and what is open, every scientist can use the data that was in open type from Big Data Center IMERI. I think this is one what we collaborate between Faculty of Medicine and then teaching hospital in University of Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause. Now we've seen the collaboration on the medical side. Now let's have Professor Wisnu highlight the engineering side, more focusing on AI and other things. Prof. Wisnu, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. So my focus today is what does realistic early stages collaboration, especially when we use the AI, T0 to T1. So we hope not 3 or 5 couple years, in the next month maybe, if, for example, the standard, the trust share standard and the fair agreement is quite good. Okay, my slide.
The slides, please, for the organizers.
Okay, so maybe parallel with waiting the slide,
Okay, almost there.
Okay, next slide. So, as Prof. Iko mentioned before, we also have AI research center in our university, also work in healthcare, focus in healthcare. So, I hope maybe we can make some good collaboration. So next. So what is the practical issue when we want to, for example, research in AI? First one about, we must focus about the shared data set. And because it must be ethical clearance data pooling, and we must have agreement before. And also the second one about the joint annotation standard, because as keynote speaker says about the standard, so sometimes both countries have some different standard, so we must make some agreement before. And maybe the easy one is we can co-supervise project together for the next stages, and maybe and then about the method support. So we can prepare in the next stages with a good one, so that maybe we can have a strong collaboration. Next, about the critical issue when we maybe want to implement the healthcare AI in healthcare, about the data quality and representative, because sometimes we must have a ground truth validation, we call it a golden standard, and also about we must think about the population diversity and about the bias monitoring. For example, about the population diversity, because maybe the data from Indonesia, maybe we must have some fine-tuning for the sake of the generalization. This is also the main problem. Next. About the benefit sharing and IP, because before we want to make some collaboration, we must think about the fair IP framework, and maybe I want also focus about the open science. Can we share the data? Can we share the method? Then, for example, we can use some protocol evaluation about country, for example, and then maybe about the community return, about the, we say maybe the impact of maybe about our research, joint research. Next. About the equitable and sustainable innovation, for example, I don't know, maybe the disparity between UK or in Indonesia, but we hope maybe with this collaboration, we can develop the local capability, local capacity building, for example, and also about the pre-pilot IP agreement, about the transfer technology and something like that. And then maybe fair revenue model, and it will become long-term partnership maybe. Next. So this is our case. We try to implement some about the devices. Next. Yes, this is just, for example, proof of concept with our research, and also work with the Prof. Iko, and from the, in our university, we also have educational hospital. So that maybe we can share the data to prepare the next research bill and so on. So this is the example. So for this example, maybe we can go through to maybe to enlarge our research building. And this is the last about next slide. Yes, about the call to action maybe. Maybe from this forum, maybe we can maybe share a dataset governance template, so that maybe we don't need to maybe don't spend money to negotiation to each collaboration, and about the fair IP negotiation standard and community benefit merit from day one. And then maybe from that forum, maybe we can, in the next couple days or couple months, we can make some collaboration. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. After that round of applause for Prof. Wisnu, we have our final panelist, Dr. Angelo Fry. Are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, sir. Okay, would you like to also play a video or would you have a presentation?
I think there should be some slides ready, hopefully.
Okay.
You have to go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, almost there. I can see you now. Okay, the slides,
Start by
please.
saying, perfect. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm a chemist, as you've seen from introduction, so this will be a bit earlier stage. There's going to be some chemical structures, but don't be scared, please. I'll try to kind of get across the high points. If you could go to the next slide, please. So my research is in antimicrobial resistance, and I just wanted to highlight that this is a problem in both the UK and Indonesia, but across the world, where already today thousands of people are dying because of infections we can no longer treat. One thing to highlight, if you move on 1 or 2 clicks, is that antibiotics are not just important when you have an infection, but they basically ensure the modern standard of medicine, because everything we do in a hospital today is only safe because we have antibiotics to prevent infection. So if you go on to the next slide, please. So everything from surgery, chemotherapy, transplantation, those don't directly need antibiotics, but anything you do like that might get you an infection, which we then need to treat. If you then don't have antibiotics that work, any visit to a hospital could become quite dangerous. Next slide, please. So I'm interested in metals, and this audience in particular might hear metal and have kind of a negative association to it, because usually in the news when you hear about metals, it's not good news. But this is just to illustrate that metals are in medicine already. They're also in life. A lot of our enzymes in our body use metals, but all sorts of metals are currently tested or used in humans for applications such as cancer, malaria. There's the metal-based drug ferroquine, which is currently in clinical trials for malaria applications. The bottom right is a ruthenium-based compound that is used for light-activated therapy of cancer, which is currently in phase 2 trials in Canada. So metals are used all throughout therapeutic areas, and we are trying to use them for antimicrobial purposes. You could on to the next slide. So we were able to establish that metal compounds have quite a bit of potential against microbial infections. This was in collaboration with a group in Australia, where we tested over 300,000 compounds against bacteria, and 1,000 of those contained metals, and we're able to show that the metal-based compounds had a 10 times higher success rate against bacteria in vitro, and also most importantly, we're able to show that metal-based compounds are not more likely to be toxic compared to normal traditional organic molecules. So the toxicity rate was the same no matter whether there was a metal in there or not. Next slide, please. So the question then is, well, first of all, you might ask, well, which metal should we look at? And the other question is, how can we find more? And this is kind of what my group is working on right now. So if you go to the next slide. One way that we do this, and hopefully this will play, if you click one more time, maybe the videos will play. Oh, you might have to go back. Sorry, if you could go back. Videos might not play, but basically the answer is robots. I don't know if you can go on the video, but either way, we use liquid handling robots to, instead of making molecules one at a time, we make hundreds and now almost thousands of molecules at a time, so that we're able to explore a larger area of chemical space and very quickly, with a direct-to-biology approach, identify promising hit compounds. Next slide, please. And then just a couple more slides ahead, because the slide shows. But basically, over the last years, we've gone from making hundreds of compounds to thousands, which over time generates, of course, a library of lead compounds. We've tested some of them now in vivo models as well. So this is mice infection models. We're trying to understand how they work in terms of mode of action. We are collaborating with one startup company in the UK, MetalloBio, towards a preclinical application. We're also in the early stages of starting a company in Switzerland, German Therapeutics, for a different type of compound. And the last thing I wanted to highlight is that because we make so many compounds, we're also generating a lot of data. And this data we can now use. Next slide, please. And so we can use, again, ignore the chemical structures. The idea is basically that we can use the data for all these compounds that we make, which again are metal compounds, so they're not studied before, so there's no data out there yet, so we have to generate this data, and we use that data to train machine learning AI models to then predict which compounds we should make next. So across millions of possible compounds that we could make, we then select which ones we make. So in this case, if you go to the next slide, we were able to go from initially a 10% hit rate, which is already very good because usually with normal compounds it's 1%. So we were able to increase this to about 50% using an AI model to predict the next generation of compounds. So this is how we leverage AI to hopefully find and refine our compounds further. And this brings me to, I think, the last couple of slides. So just to say, I hope I could highlight that metal complexes is this vast chemical space that we're not explored yet, that can be used for antibiotics and hopefully drug discovery. Obviously, industry is a bit risk averse in terms of pharmaceuticals. So we need to really show that these compounds work and that they're safe and not toxic, which we're working on. There's fortunately quite a lot of funding in that area in terms of academia to phase 1, and I think that's feasible on the academic side. Once we get to phase 1, we need to prove the compound safe, and then we need to kind of leverage large pharma partnerships to go further into phase 2 and phase 3 trials. And fortunately, that stage of the funding is currently encouraging. Further development of antibiotics is currently tricky, but we're working on hopefully making that better in the future. Yeah, in the interest of time, thank you very much. And the last slide is just acknowledgements. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause. Now, we do have a short time for Q&A since we're running a bit late. So there should be a display here of a QR code where you can enter the questions. Can you help us, organizers? While we're waiting, I'm going to give the panelists our first question. So I think all of you are experienced in translating from T0, T1 until even T2, T3, and T4. So my first question would be, what are the key markers? How do you choose the problem? And what are the things to prepare and avoid so that later we don't have trouble translating from human to the patient? Just from the laboratory to the patient. I'll give first experience to our medical doctor, Professor Weko.
Yes, thank you very much for very challenging questions. Actually, how we are trying to bridge the gap between the bench to the bedside in the medicines, of course. Of course, the first, we have regulation that every research center should be have a member from the scientist and also from the clinician. So the communication between scientists in the bench with the clinician in the bedside should be solved in the research center, a research working group. And then the second one, we established Technology Transfer Office, TTO. So we also have many TTO officers that they are trying to bridge the gap between bench and industry, to negotiate with industry, negotiate of IP, how big the IP that every innovation, every discovery that we bring from the bench to the market. This is the role of TTO officers, that they also knowing about the science, and also they knowing about the business.
So they're the matchmakers.
Yes. And see also how the research is patentable, marketable, or being looking the partner to invest to the research. I think this is what we do in Marian University of Indonesia.
Thank you. Would you like to comment a bit, Prof. Wisnu? Maybe just 1 or 2 minutes.
Yes, in our position, for example, from the computer science to become the enabler, for example, to implement AI. But the problem is usually about the data governance.
Data governance.
So for the reason maybe they need some discussion among the party so that we have some maybe frequency so that maybe we can deal to solve a big problem. This is my point.
Okay, thank you. From the UK side, Han or Angelo, would you like to add a little bit, maybe a best practice, maybe your own experience or challenges with translating your relationship with industry, Angelo?
Sure. I guess from my point of view, it's also, you need to be convinced of what you're working on. Obviously, antimicrobials is a very tough field, but if you believe that a solution is needed, that's a big motivator to push things through. And I think even talking to big pharmaceutical companies, they are also motivated and they are open to new ideas. You just need to bring the data to show them that this works, and I think they will take it up. So it's just, I think there's people everywhere that are motivated to solve the problems, even if it might seem intimidating in these bigger companies.
So how do you convince them to take risk in early stage?
That's a good question. I mean, they're probably not going to go too much risk in early stages. So that's where the academic side can come in, because we can take larger risks on these initial stages and get to a proof of concept where you have enough data to convince them, okay, it's worth buying into this and potentially try further, which is still a risk for them, but you kind of take away the very early stage of that, I believe.
Thank you. Han, I'm going to move to the second question for you, Dr. Han. So the second question, I think it was displayed here at some point, is how do you incentivize people to participate in open research, how that they would like to share the data? And here, I'd like to add whether there are perspective sharing the data between countries. So sharing, for example, biodiversity data from Indonesia to the UK, or maybe translating research data from the UK to Indonesia. Dr. Han, I'll give you the first mic.
Okay, yeah, sure, thanks. Because most of my work is want to create a tool that is generalizable to the population. So most of the data I've used are actually the population database, so national database. And for this, individuals actually do have opportunity or options to opt out the national data collection. But generally, we collect from everybody. And if they want to opt out, they could. In the UK at the moment, most of the national healthcare data, I think the opt-out rate is quite low because people understand the benefit of having their data being included. So we don't really need to encourage people, but we just offer them the options to be able to opt out.
Thank you. I'd like to contrast this answer with the Indonesian context, where it's not yet like that, and how maybe the data, especially for health, maybe diseases in Indonesia and in the UK are different.
I think this is a very sensitive issue actually, but we know that the big data is new oil, so everything now is based on big data. So that's why, especially in the clinical trial. So we advocate the government, we encourage the government to push the number of clinical trial, regional clinical trial or international clinical trial in Indonesia, including also in the University of Indonesia. The very important thing in the clinical trial, regional clinical trial, is central laboratory. So in the central laboratory, it means that we should send some specimens, including data, to our central lab in regional. So that's why we advocate to relaxation of material transfer agreement regulation based on regulation number 2023. Right now, I think our investigator, the scientists, they can send they can submit some specimen or data to the partner, to the central lab. The first under agreement of implementations, it should be clear, and also including also the IP. Security, confidentiality, and also accessible of the data. So the access. I think this is what we convince all the investigators should be joined the data sharing, especially in the clinical trial, regional, international clinical trial.
Okay, thank you. So to enhance relationship between countries, to be able to use the data from both countries, the laws and the agreement has to be clear from the very beginning.
Yes.
So it's equitable and well used. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, yes. I think now, especially with Oxford, we have the University of Indonesia Oxford Clinical Research Unit, based on our research institute in Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia. So that's why joint research is increasing, and also I think joining in data, use of data, I think is now increasing very well.
Okay, thank you.
With the very good agreement of implementation.
Okay, so final question. This is for Prof. Wisnu and Angela. With the use of AI in medical research, how to ensure the quality will not decrease compared with human experts? So human versus AI. I know time is up. This is the final question.
I think this is, we cannot compare apple to apple. Yes, I think just a co-pilot to help the medical doctor, not to replace the medical doctor. This is
very important. Finally, closing.
I will some words. I think it's very important because in medicines, now we are in the era of high performance medicines. So AI will not replace the doctors, but the doctors who do not use AI will be replaced soon. I think this is the very interesting.
By a cyborg, robot, human doctor. Angelo, do you have any final words?
I agree with the colleagues that AI will be a tool, it will be a useful tool, and using it will be beneficial, but it will not replace the human that has to make the decision.
Perfect. With that, let's give a round of applause to our speakers. I think we've given a nice base for the next round, T2 to T3, that in stage 1, we have to make sure that all the foundations are clear from the cooperations, the objectives, the problems, the IP, so that later, when we have to collaborate with industry and other fields, then we don't have trouble at the next stage. So with that, I'll close this session and give to the next speakers. Let's give a round of applause again. Do we have photos?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, we will have a group photo session first with all the panelists and moderator for the panel session 1. Yes, we'll have a group photo session in 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time. Okay, enough? Okay, then let's give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was the panel session 1 that we just witnessed together. Thank you very much once again to the moderator and also all the speakers for giving us the insight from the first panel session. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to our second panel session. Before we have a short break after this, of course, with the title From Lab to Patients. And this session will focus on national regulatory and ethical requirement and on inclusive patient-centered innovation that maximizes benefits for everyone, including underserved communities. And to lead this session, please welcome to the stage our moderator, Dr. Ali Lamuri, MSc, Chief Executive Officer of Consulin Care.
Right, hello. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ali, and please pardon me for my raspy voice. I'm still recuperating at the moment. So first of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, also to the British Council for making this forum possible. Translational research is a very important aspect in life cycle of scientific endeavor, because this is where we transform a theoretical idea into a practical implementation. And today we'd like to have a panel session, about from lab to patient. So today we'd like to explore how clinical trials, manufacturing and early implementation of health technologies, and that includes digital or AI solutions, are conducted in the UK and Indonesia, with specific attention to similarities and differences in systems and standards. And we also have speakers from Indonesia who will share their expertise and outline the current capabilities, regulatory pathways, ethical requirements, and practical challenges for conducting trials and scaling up innovations within the national health system. With that being said, I'd like to introduce our speakers. And first of all, we have Dr. Suman Pranja. She is a Senior Research Fellow and Associate Professor at York Trials Unit and IHR Research Support Service in University of York. Professor Suman Pranja is an Associate Professor in Inclusive Health Research at York Trials Unit, a research inclusion advisor and also a registered psychotherapist. She leads research into health inequalities, ethnic minority health, and using patients' illness narratives to improve health information, care, and services. And for our second speaker, we also have Dr. Reza Yuridian Purwoko, a dermatologist and associate researcher at Badan Riset and Inovasi Nasional, BRIN, developing patented stem cell and herbal-based innovations while advancing aesthetic medicine, research mentorship, and global collaboration to strengthen national health resilience. And for our third speaker, we also have Professor Iketut Adhyana. Professor Iketut Adhyana is a professor at the School of Pharmacy, Institut Teknologi Bandung, specializing in pharmacology and natural product-based drug development, with a PhD from the University of Toyama and National Research Leadership at the Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi, Science and Technology. So, without further ado, we'd like to invite our first speaker, that would be Professor Suman Pranja, to give her presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the introduction. I'm going to talk very briefly about clinical trials and equity or inclusion. So equality, diversity, and inclusion is my area of expertise, with a particular focus on patients' experiences of long-term conditions. So I'm a social scientist and I work with a range of researchers on different health conditions. Clinical trials, as we know, next slide please, are widely considered the gold standard for evaluating the safety and effectiveness of medical treatments. They guide regulatory decisions, and we know that many landmark medications have been developed in the lab and reached patients through rigorous clinical trial processes. But despite their methodological strength, trials have a very serious and persistent equity problem. They often exclude underserved or minority populations. And I'll briefly be talking about this and the inclusion of underserved groups and the new Centre for Health Research Inclusion at the University of York. Next slide, please. So historically, clinical trials have been made up of more educated populations who take part in the research. In the UK, this tends to be white British groups who are fluent in English, but certain groups of people, including ethnic minority communities, younger people under 18, older people over 65, people living with disabilities, people from low-income households and other groups are often underrepresented in trials. These groups make up a substantial percentage of the population of every country, and so underrepresentation has serious implications for research, some of which are listed here. So as well as being an ethical issue, underrepresentation affects the generalizability of data, because if we haven't included certain marginalized or minority groups in our research, we won't know whether they have different experiences of a medication or an intervention compared to the groups who have been included. We might not know whether a medication or a new intervention is as effective in all population groups, and health inequalities are perpetuated because of this underrepresentation. So embedding research inclusion at the study design stage, at the very outset, helps us conduct research that's more relevant and impactful in real-world settings, so settings outside of the lab, outside of the clinical trial setting. Next slide, please. So when designing a clinical trial, we need to ask at the very outset who needs to be included in the study and who might because of the way we're designing the study, be excluded? And what impacts will that have on our findings? So who needs to be included? Which groups are affected by a particular condition that we're focusing on? And are some groups disproportionately affected by that condition? For example, type 2 diabetes may affect certain ethnic minority groups more than others. If we go on to the next slide, so this, could be elderly people, are they being included? People over 75, 80, homeless people, other underserved groups, people from particular cultural groups. Women are also less likely to be included in clinical trials. So constantly asking ourselves, who are we excluding by the way we've designed our study, and what will this, how will this impact our findings? On the list presented there, these are the groups in the UK that are typically left out of clinical trial research. Next slide, please. This underrepresentation is widely recognised. In the States, for example, having a clinical trial population that is representative of the real world or the disease population is mandatory in the NIH. In the UK, in November last year, the NIHR, or the National Institute for Health Research, which is the largest funder of health research in the UK, they made research inclusion a key condition of funding. So anyone who's applying for funding to conduct a clinical trial must discuss in their research plan how they will include a diverse sample of patients in their study. So patients from underserved groups who are often excluded. My role in the NIHR Research Support Service is advising people who are working on their grant applications on how they can include underserved groups at every stage of the study. I'm currently leading an EDI work stream on a clinical trial on a lung condition called COPD. It's the first UK clinical trial to have research inclusion embedded throughout the 5-year study. And this is included throughout the study to help us ensure that ethnic minority groups across England are included because they are more likely than other groups to have COPD. Next slide, please. As part of this work in research inclusion and equity, in January this year at the University of York, we launched the new Centre for Health Research Inclusion. I lead this centre, and our mission is to advance knowledge and practice in conducting inclusive research with underrepresented groups for public good, so everyone can benefit from research and new medications and no one is left out. We aim to do this, next slide please, through leading research with underserved groups. That includes our research with patients who have COPD. It includes sharing our knowledge about research inclusion with other groups and learning from the excellent work of teams around the world, and through building capacity in inclusive research practice. How we're going to be doing this is launching a training course in May, where we'll be talking about improving diversity and inclusion in health and research, health and care research, whether these are qualitative studies or clinical trial studies. We'll also be building capacity through fellowships and grant funding for researchers conducting research from underserved groups. Next slide, please. These are our contact details, and we would be keen to collaborate with colleagues in Indonesia, whether that's about research in underserved groups or whether it's to attend our course and share learning. And I'll finish here. Next slide, please. Thank you to everyone who's listening now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Suman. I think that's a very important point about transportability of the research trials and the underrepresentation in some minority groups. And we'll circle back into that concept throughout our discussion. And before that, I would like to invite two of our experts, Professor Adnyana and also Dr. Reza, to the stage, please. Professor Adnyana nggak? Oh, yes. All right, so joining us today is Dr. Reza, a dermatologist from BRIN. I have briefly introduced your profile previously, Dr. Reza, and I believe you'd like to share some of your perspective as well, if you will.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. This is my slide. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Reza from BRIN. I work across clinics and lab treating degenerative diseases with stem cells, up to second and third translation in action. The title said comparative, but I will focus heavily on Indonesia readiness because you have mentioned by Dr. Martina and Ibu Rizka before. So it is not for benchmarking for contrast, but as a blueprint for collaboration, showing you exactly which levels Indonesia has pulled to make partnership frictionless. So the 2/3 and 2/2 is the valley of death, where promising discoveries failed due to gaps in trials, regulation, or manufacturing. My core message, translation move faster when we align three things: TRL, governance by design, and of course, funding. So again, the UK invests over £1 billion through NIHR annually with 29 in my field, GMP certified facilities. Indonesia conducted still 66 trials in 2024, but we have 83% growth with 5 already GMP facilities stem cell in Indonesia. Again, while this panel is comparative UK, but we want to focus on how to co-create, how to collaborate, because our gap between UK and Indonesia is complementary each other. The UK brings regulatory maturity and trial infrastructure, but Indonesia brings 278 million genetically diverse people, tropical disease burden, and mega biodiversity. Most important, BRIN now provides governance backbone, ethical clearance, MTA, data repository, so UK partners don't navigate 17,000 island of bureaucracy. We will handle everything, don't worry. You just bring methodology. So the bottleneck clinical trials, regulatory clarity, manufacturing readiness, and data governance. This is the bottleneck always, But this is not obstacles, They are design points for collaboration, So this is just a point. In BRIN, we have collaboration with hospitals. We have industrial collaboration, Wardah Cosmetic, the biggest halal cosmetic. We launched the product. This is not easy clinical trial published in World Congress Dermatology, industry, precision skincare, With bioinformatics, maybe we can collaborate with BINUS, maybe later. We have some facility. This is the first skin dip. We have Dr. Janti, Sri Priyanti, Prof. Retto, Dr. Yuli, thank you for coming. Dr. Afni led this wonderful research, some funded by BRIN, And hopefully this is very useful for pediatric dermatology from multi-center hospital, because our AI teleconsultation platform reach deep into peripheral and rural frontliners, where frontline health workers are supervised and led by us dermatologists specialized to screen and manage pediatric skin diseases, bringing specialist expertise to most isolated villages around Indonesia. So BRIN backs to the RIM international collaboration. 2 funding streams are open now. Please apply. This is the second one. For collaboration with Europe, especially with our friend in UK. Big funding up to 7 years. This is comparison. I will give you later. Let's screenshot. So this is with Korea. They already established the factory in Jababeka, West Java, and now always collaborate with us. China, they license our patent, alhamdulillah. Yeah. Sorry. Japan collaborate and become finalists in the first AI hackathon, DevCast, yeah, diagnostic platform, and already licensed by DevCast, PSAF, and hopefully this help because the skin ulcer diabetic cause amputation burden our BPJS, yeah, our insurance national, yeah. Hopefully this is the work, yeah. We will make AI peripher, yeah. So this is that we can use the trial and so the last slide, we want to propose, yeah, joint collaboration with UK. Please do, yeah. Joint regulatory and readiness manufacture. The last one is sharing data together. So hopefully in this today, yeah, Dr. Ali, we can have 3 at least, yeah, hopefully, yeah, Bu Afni, yeah, concept notes, collaboration, and maybe another 3 weeks for working group. Why not? Yeah, and another 3 months for government funding alignment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Reza, for sharing your perspective. I think we have 2 important highlights from Professor Suman and from Dr. Reza. First of all, it's about the inclusivity and also representativeness to the general population. And second one is about collaboration. So next we'll have a question and answer session where the participants can scan the QR code. So for organizer, please view the QR code in the screen. And before we move on to the question and answer, I do have one specific matters to discuss with the both of you. So we know that from data from UNESCO shows that Indonesia, we have about 216 researchers per 1 million inhabitants. So researchers is a scarcity in Indonesia. With low number of people doing research, how do we leverage the current situation and collaboration with the UK so that we can completely utilize our resources?
Maybe Prof. Sinha
Professor Suman would like to share her perspective.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting question. And on the scarcity of researchers and capacity building. So I guess one way of increasing the number of researchers working together with the UK is when we're working on research projects, some of the work could be carried out by people who will gain qualifications while they're doing the research, whether it's a master's degree or a PhD. So building capacity is really important. And when we think about our studies, whether they're clinical trials or qualitative research or any other kind of mixed method studies, to think about how we can build capacity in our research project. How can we involve early career researchers or people who want to do master's degrees and PhDs and move into research as a career? That might also look at what kind of careers can people have in research. How can we make research an attractive career for people to want to come into? So looking at the contracts, looking at the career development and progress that they can make within this career field.
Right. So I think that's a very interesting point. So the first point would be the clear career progression so that people are more inclined into joining the academia. And how about you, Dr. Reza? Would you have any other perspective to share?
Thank you for a very nice question, Dr. Ali, and I agree with Professor Sandha. Yeah? And me, I'm a dermatologist, I'm a skin doctor, but maybe my friends say, why do you want to become a researcher in brain? Yeah? Because the government already established, yeah, in 2022, they split, yeah, Bu Megawati, and take very important decision to settle up our national research and innovation separately with Kemenristek. Yeah. So that's to focus on the research and develop the human power, also to teach, to give fund, to collaborate with UK maybe after Korea and China. Yeah, so give reputation, give opportunity to do clinical trial, which is not easy. Yeah, you have to GCP, good clinical practice certified. Yeah. So and we have in BRIN regularly once a year we have a business matching. Yeah. So we met the industrial, we met mitra partners, yeah, from not only from factory but hospital, clinic even, yeah. Want to collaborate, want to cooperation with our technology based on our innovation, yeah. So the research maybe later are wealthier, yeah, happier, because Pak Prof. Fauzi mentioned, yeah, one professor already got 10 billion for, every year for royalty. Maybe later we have bigger, yeah, with doing research, yeah. Not only practice, yeah, not only teaching for lecturer, but become a researcher. Yeah, thank you.
Right, thank you, Dr. Riza. Then I believe we also noticed an increase in gross domestic expenditure for research and development, which increased up to 0.2% last year, if I'm not mistaken. However, there's also still a gulf between the laboratory and legislative office, which brings me to the next question. What specific governance mechanism that ensure a one-gate evidence flow so that the policymaker always rely on the evidence provided by the researcher when making the policy?
Maybe Prof.
Prof. Sunan?
So, from my own perspective of research inclusion and policy decisions, I think when we can show that our research has been well conducted and it has been inclusive and it's considered all groups in society, this can help to influence policy decisions. So, from the research inclusion perspective, who has been included in our research, who will be the beneficiaries of our research. And when we have good research and we can make a clear case for who will be benefiting from this research and who might not be benefiting, all of these kind of things impact on policy decisions. When we work in our studies, often right from the outset, we will have a multidisciplinary team, and it may also include the funders and policy decision makers. So that's just from my perspective.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, and Dr. Reza?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ali. I agree with Prof. Sumha. When we talk about policy making, I want to give example in my field, in stem cells, in advanced therapy, medicinal product. Our collegium of Perdosky, Dermatologist Association, is not yet been approved stem cell as a medication. But the other collegium, like orthopedy, already established in 2024, October. Yeah. And the plastic surgeon collegium signed by the Ministry of Health exactly the 31 December 2025. Some burn case, skin rejuvenation, you can do stem cell as a standardized. Before we only can do clinical trial. Why? Because we have reached the data already, lots of clinical trials, in the level of evidence, the highest level of evidence, in the level of 1A and 1B. So the committee of stem cell in the Minister of Health approved. Yeah. So more than 10 years already, the research, the clinical trial. It's not only in vitro trials. It's not systematic literature review. It's a randomized clinical trial, meta-analysis, and up to level 1A and 1B. So the government approved this as regulation to use stem cells as the standardized treatment. But it takes time, yes. It takes research, takes fund, takes collaboration, takes grit, takes spirit. Thank you, Dr. Ali.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reza. So to sum up both of your responses, the keywords would be inclusivity, and second one is the rigor in science. That's what propels evidence to policy. And we do have some questions from the audience. Let me read one of it. Right, this is from Arif Wibowo. Are UK and Indonesian partners, funders, and industry stakeholders ready to establish a shared clinical data standardization framework for joint trials? Maybe from Professor Suman?
So this isn't something that I can comment on. It's not so much my area, but I think that if you reach out to organizations and industry and potential partners in York, there is an openness for collaboration. So I would encourage anyone who's interested in this area to reach out to colleagues in York, and there is an openness to work together.
Yeah, thank you. And how about you, Dr. Reza?
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Agreed with Prof. Sungha. We in BRIN, in Indonesian National Agency, Research and Innovation Agency, we have Prof. Anto here, Kepala AI. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Malin. Okay. Some BRIN, yes, you have several meeting, discussion, always, regularly, yearly, maybe minimal once a year, to do business matching. Yeah, we invite industry, we invite even UMKM, we invite researchers around Indonesia to participate in discussion, forum group discussion, expo, even in still not more than TRL 6, so display their effort, their publication, their even proposal, their ideas, So to meet with industry need, which even market, even people who needs these ideas, this support, so doing collaboration, because we never cannot work alone in this situation right now, we have to hand in hand, and hopefully we can also hand in hand with our friends in UK and industry, of course, coming. We talk, Indian investor want to come, not only 1 to 2 China AI DeepSeek want to come Indonesia. So we discuss a lot of opportunity with lots of partners and becoming partners. Maybe later with UK. Thank you, Dr. Ali.
Right. So downstreaming research is not only about collaboration between institutions, but also collaboration between institution and industry. That's a very powerful point, Dr. Reza. And I think the second question is more in your expertise, Professor Suman. This is about reaching out the diverse group of patients require more efforts. Do you have any suggestion on how to be more inclusive?
Yes. So this is exactly what we're focusing on in the Centre for Health Research Inclusion, and also the trial that I'm working on, which focuses on COPD. It does take a lot of effort to reach out to underserved groups. And in the NIHR, who are the UK's largest funders, this is recognised. So it's recognised that it takes time to build relationships with community organisations. And often it is outreach work. They won't necessarily know what research we're doing. So we go out to community organisations, we go out to faith centres. I have a small team working with me, with researchers from Bangladeshi communities, African and Caribbean communities. So they're doing specific work with these underserved groups in the UK. So it does take extra effort, but because research funders are recognising this, we include time specifically for inclusion work, and we have a budget in our grant applications for research inclusion. But the kind of things that you can do is look at the diversity within your research team. Can the diversity within your research team help to reach out to underserved populations? We usually have a patient and public advisory panel, a PPI group. So can the patients also help reach out into their communities? We look at our study materials. How inclusive are our study materials? We make them available in video formats in a range of languages for our underserved communities. So we think about inclusion at every stage of the research, but that does take time. But working together with people from underserved groups and patients has been extremely helpful in our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zuman. I believe I read in one of your publications as well. It was published in BMC in 2020. You mentioned that diversity in the research team that also influence how we interpret the data. Can you explain a bit more about that?
Yes. So having diverse views and experiences and voices in research is extremely important. So in our research team, for example, just on the COPD study, we have people from a range of ethnic minority groups. Between us, we speak 8 languages. So we're bringing into the research cultural knowledge, linguistic knowledge, knowledge about our communities, and we have 3 generations, almost 4 generations of, for example, South Asian communities living in the UK. So having a diverse team means that we're bringing in perspectives that we might not otherwise be able to learn from. So it helps enrich our own research and open us up to new ideas, new ways of thinking, and experiences of people we might not otherwise learn from. So I'd say that's one of the important points about having a diverse, inclusive team. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zuman. So inclusivity is not only about the trial participant, but also about the research team. That's a very powerful insight. And I'd like to move to Dr. Reza. How about inclusivity in BRIN? How do you ensure inclusivity in selected trials and also in the team?
Thank you, Dr. Ali. I agree with Professor Sumba. We are a medical researcher. We are doctors. Yeah, we do communicate with our patient, with our client, with our students, our patients, our subjects, yeah, our partners, our sponsors. The good of communications we have to do regularly and in quality, yeah, and we have a quality control. We have the informed consent, yeah. We have the training, yeah, for the associate researchers, for the students to help us doing the clinical trial, doctors, yeah, done good clinical practice certification, yeah, and even nurse, even the staffs, yeah, we have to implement, like Prof. Sumat mentioned, yeah, takes time, takes effort, yeah. We made a roadmap, yeah, for that. The clinical trial is not a short period, yeah. So we open up, yeah, with communication in webinar, forum group discussion, seminars like this, yeah. So open up for MOU, for agreement, and any kind of good collaboration, yeah, to have a good innovation research. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reza. So I take it that inclusivity is also about cultural that we build over time. It will not change overnight, but if we do be consistent, we will have an inclusive team member and also inclusive clinical trials. Right. I think we can move on to the next question about the strategy. So this is a very interesting question. What is the strategy to consolidate similar research topics to make bigger impact nationally? I think this is directed to you, Dr. Reza.
Yeah, that's a very good question. We in BRIN, yeah, in Indonesian National Agency, we have a called the funding scheme called Kolaborasi Internasional, yeah, for the government in 2022, yeah, doing we pull out our researcher from the ministries, yeah, to gather in just one place in BRIN. Yeah. So research collaboration, this Pusat Kolaborasi Research, yeah, Research Collaboration Center can be only one in Indonesia. Maybe Dr. Ali want to become children AI centers. So the government only point you and your centers. The other university, the other institution must collaborate with you. Yeah, that's the government regulation right now. So it's not strict, yeah, but it's a movement of start in 2022. So we give funding for these centers specifically in the topic, yeah. Maybe stem cells in adult, maybe AI in the skin, maybe in some centers, yeah. As you know, in the government also appoint like hospital Cipto Mangunkusumo as the hub for diabetes, yeah. Dharma is for cancers, yeah. Although the services also diabetes and cancers in each, but the focus, yeah, focus that's the point of our BRIN now, Center of Pusat Kolaborasi Riset PKR. Yeah. Fund by BRIN. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Reza. So to improve collaboration, that's why BRIN exists as a flexible umbrella so people can come and collaborate together. That's very great. And I regret to inform you that we have reached the end of our panel session. Thank you so much again to Professor Suman and also Dr. Reza for joining us today. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will have a photo session first on stage. Please to the documentation team. Please kind of take a photo for this wonderful moment from the second panel session. All right. I would like to count in 3, 2, 1. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You may now return back to your seats. Thank you very much for bringing us a lot of insights from the second panel session. Once again, thank you very much. Can we give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? All right, before we proceed to the next agenda, I would like to invite you all for the participation to fill in the feedback survey. So please kindly scan the QR code presented on the screen. I will be right here, so all of you can scan the QR code. Please take a minute or two to fill in the feedback survey, because your response will help shape the next step of this initiative. So please kindly scan the QR code and share your feedback with us through the form. And while you are filling the form, I would like to inform that due to limited time, we will skip the 15-minute break. But for those of you who want to do prayers, I would like to inform that prayer facilities are available on the left side of this hall. So please feel free to do prayers, or if you want to go to the toilet. But for now, we will just continue to our next panel session because we have limited time and we will need to finish when the iftar is coming. So then we will just continue to the third panel session with the title Responsible Research and Innovation Session. So in this third session, we will discuss how to integrate mature technologies and services into routine healthcare while ensuring equity, affordability, and long-term sustainability. And to lead this session, please welcome to the stage our moderator, Bapak Elioenai Sitepu PhD, Head of Research Product and Commercialization of BINUS University.
Alright then, good afternoon everyone. Kita masih punya energi teman-teman? Masih ya, mana suaranya masih ada energinya? Ya lumayan lah. Yeah, we are about 2 hours to iftar, to breakfast. Please bear with us, focus. If you still can focus, please do so. We are entering probably the final step on research translation. Yeah. So initially we have in panel 1, it's talking about research translation, how, what is the challenges, what is the enablers, during the ideation or discovery phase. And then the second panel, it was related to the obstacles or challenges or also the enablers regarding moving from prototypes to products, or from the prototypes to labs demonstration. Labs or to clinical trials. And today, at the third session, so this is, if you are talking about technology readiness level, we are at the stage TRL 6 or TRL 7 to TRL 9. So before we begin the discussion, let me put this into context. Today's panel is not only focused on, today's panel we are focusing on moving beyond publications only. I know some of us, or probably most of us, are researchers. Most of them doing publications, but today we are going to talk about something beyond publications, which is real-world impact, whether through industry adoption, commercialization, or societal implementation. So before we start, I would like to welcome Dr. Natalia Stoniak joining us online. She is the Life and Health Sciences Commercialization Manager at the University of York, specializing in plant biochemistry and sustainable biotechnology while leading IP, or intellectual property strategy, spin-outs and investment pathways to translate research innovation into global impact. I believe Dr. Stania is joining us online at the moment. I can see you on the screen. Hello, can you hear our voice loud and clear?
Yes, hello everyone.
Yes, thank you for joining us online. And then accompanying Dr. Stania, we have Business Development Manager for Biosciences and Health Sciences at the University of York, combining expertise in molecular biochemistry, cancer research, and strategic leaderships to drive commercialization, industry partnerships, and alternative research funding. Please join us online, Dr. Gaganmeet Singh Chadha. Is Dr. Gaganmeet joining us online?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Doctor. And also we have another representative from academia and also from industry to complete the discussion of today's session. So first of all, we would like to invite a full professor in industrial engineering at BINUS University and director of CREATES, which is the commercialization arm of BINUS University, with over 22 years of academic experience specializing in business strategy, innovation, leadership, and supply chain management to strengthen industry-relevant education. Please join us on stage, Professor Insinyur Firdaus Alamsyah, PhD. Please welcome Prof. Firdaus. Thank you. And then also we have a special guest, because this one is representing industry and also practitioner. Yeah, we have a specialist in internal medicine at Siloam Hospital, and also the director of operations at PT Graha Teknomedica, which is a manufacturer for medical devices.
So he leads the operational strategy and quality excellence in healthcare equipment solutions. Please join us on stage, Dr. Prima Yuriandro from PT Graha Teknomedica. Thank you, bro. Yes. All right, I think we are complete. Ya, kita lengkap Bapak Ibu, kita punya, we have representative from University of York, which can give a point of view on how UK transform a research, how UK transform research into commercialization. We also have Prof. Firdaus Alamsa, which is the Director of CREATES, which is the commercialization arm of Binus University. So Prof. Firdaus will give a point of view on how academics, us, for example, researchers, on accelerating research translation. And finally, we have Dr. Andro, representative from the industry, will give us a point of view from the industry how challenging it is to produce a commercial product from a research-based innovation. All right, so before we begin, I think I would like to invite our guest from the University of York, Dr. Natalia or Dr. Gaganmeet Singh Chada.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard that you have a presentation, and I think to start the session, you can present for roughly about 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Yep. Do you have my slide, or shall I share my slide?
Yes, we do. We do have your slides, and it will be presented shortly. Do we have the slides ready for Dr. Natalia Stoniak? All right, then. I think the slide is ready. The time is your Dr. Natalia Stoniak.
Yeah. Can I have a next slide, please?
Okay, next slide, please.
So I bridge the gap between lab breakthroughs and global markets by managing a portfolio of life science spin-offs and licensing opportunities. And the University of York drives significant value, contributing 1.8 billion to the UK economy annually, with over 213 million coming directly from research and knowledge exchange. We are committed to responsible research and innovation, where 70% of our global projects now utilize formal frameworks for co-creation, ensuring data sovereignty and benefit sharing are embedded in every partnership, and the same for Indonesia and UK. Next slide, please. At Commercialization Office, we navigate everything from disclosure to patents and value proposition to complex legal contracts and discussion in the boardroom. We use stage gate process from 0 to 8, helping us to collate information about the opportunities from the research community within the university. We do support various IP models, and I will showcase our current portfolio and how different funding streams are used to advance the opportunities. We manage yearly over 100 disclosure and different stage opportunities, and actively licensing 66 different opportunities. So I would like to introduce Vectorial. This is an example of how we translate packaging signal of viruses into a set of tuning dials for cell and gene therapy. Can I have a next slide, please?
Next slide, please.
So through the strategic industry discussion, we're able to basically address societal issues of rare diseases. And Vectorial is actually pivoting. That's an example of actually software as a service offering, using mathematical modeling to advance the viruses as a platform for delivering therapeutic cargo. Next slide, please. Another cell gene therapy example is a four-cell technology, and here, for example, is a patent pending product design and method focused on gently opening blood cells to inject therapeutic cargo. We're looking for partners to partner with our researcher to develop this opportunity future. This entrepreneurial lead actually attended different accelerators to advance her technology. Next slide, please. So EctoSelect is another example of the platform. In this case, we utilize 20 years of solid research and publishing record. So there are trade secrets involved and very rich know-how. Today, EctoSelect is a registered trademark. So this is another example of how we protect IP here in the UK, and is already operating as an internal enterprise. So we enable that kind of translation and the risking of the opportunity early on. Morph is our spin-out, which we spun out last year and deliver bioprocess and bioinformatic insights through innovative software. And you can see different schemes they attended. There are other different investors at the bottom, but also Innovate UK play a crucial part in accommodating and facilitating those developments. Next slide, please. And here is an example of excellent science, and another example of patent pending materials of extracellular vesicles for arthritis from Professor General Lab. This company spun out in 2024 and is a prime example of high-risk technology with potential of high rewarding outcomes for a blockbuster drug. Next slide, please. We do have also licensing opportunities, and will be welcome to actually discuss with partners in Indonesia about licensing those deals. One of them is a wobble technology, which helps to produce and stabilize the production of biologics, for example, so can be utilized by using different expression system. And another one, which is a little bit more in life science space, for producing sustainable insect protein for basically animal food production. So all our researchers are rewarded with that in mind. We've got our commercialization activities adhere to Regulation 12, which defines the governance processes at York, and depending if it's spin out and license, we've got a different option, and the researchers are guided through that process to enable them to commercialize effectively their idea. So with that in mind, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this panel, and of course I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay.
Thank
you, Dr. Natalia. Can we have a big applause for Dr. Natalia from York? So Dr. Natalia and Dr. Gagan, before we continue our discussion, I think I have one quick question. So you mentioned earlier there are various ways to do commercialization. There are spin out, there are licensing as well, but for this topic's health, what do you think is the most feasible or the most efficient pathway to commercialization?
I think all depends what stage the opportunity is. I mean, in early stages, we prefer the technology to be still at the university and explore different funding, non-dilutive funding to advance the technology. In some cases, early collaboration with industry is necessary to develop an idea further. But we encourage our researchers to speak as soon as possible with industry, of course, under CDAs, because sometimes we need to disclose some data as early as possible with industry. So they've got a kind of feedback from industry, what actually is needed and what is required and what are the steps of successful commercialization.
So it really depends on the case, yeah, Dr. Natalia?
Yes, I think it depends how far and how much data you have.
Yes, and I think I heard something also similar to previous session, which is early industry engagement, yeah?
Yes, definitely.
Okay then. Okay, thank you, Dr. Natalia. I think we will move to the next panelist. We have Professor Firdaus Alamsyah from CREATE's director. Can we have the slides ready? So Professor Firdaus will present a little bit about commercialization in Benus University before we start our discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, hello everyone.
Yep. Hello.
Hello, hello. Yeah, let me just show some slides. If I look at the presentation earlier, we are at Benus, I can say we are still in the early stage. Yeah, early stage, how to commercialize our research. So in the next, I can say that is the current innovation and commercialization and gap in Indonesia that we found, not in Indonesia probably. I can say
Next slide.
Right now, the challenge, I think the first challenge is our faculty members or many faculty members, they are very research oriented, but at BINUS, I have to connect them to what industry needs. Yeah. Now, I think this is the most important thing. And they have their own rules. Yeah, for example, the faculty members, they are very good at their research. They know exactly what it is. But the industry say that this, I have another thing, I have another challenge. So number one, I found that the challenge is very important between the industry and to find out what is the challenge. I think the number two they need to do is the co-creation.
Co-creation.
Co-creation. So that's why we are working on that right now. So I try to connect between what industry and then when I do the co-creation, I think the most important thing, the industry participation, that what we expect should be early in the stage. So that's what we are doing right now, early in the stage. Because otherwise, the researchers, they go their own interests and then different interests with the industry. So the earlier they meet, that's what we found, will be much better. Yeah? And then when we meet, what they have to discuss? They have to discuss about the capability. They need how to develop the research and then how to make it commercialized. So we have, for example, we have experience from the faculty members. They already develop a very good research, they get a patent, and then, but after that, when try to commercialize, when we have to, to make it feasible, actually it's not that easy. Yeah, so that's why the second stage in the co-creation to find out, to figure out what they need, that would be very important. And then the last stage after co-creation, find out the capability. Okay, what I mean with the capability here, the researchers need to go beyond the discovery. They found out from lab and then do the experiments, but they have to go beyond that. Yeah, beyond that, what I mean beyond that, what the industry needs. So that is the capability. And the last one, I think it is the capital. Yeah, you need the capital as well. So I can say there is a 4 C factors. Yes, first is the challenge. Yes, the challenge within and then the co-creation, the capability, and the capital you need. I think that is I would like to share, and then we can discuss later. Yeah, on the discussion. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Firdaus Alamsyah. Can we have a big applause for Professor Firdaus Alamsyah? Yeah, I have a few questions, but I think I would like to address some questions first to our industry partners here, Dr. Andrew from Geraha Teknomedica. So, Dr. Andrew, let's say Prof. Ferry, Prof. Firdaus offered your product, yeah. So, what will be yours? Let's say a prototype is ready, yeah, and what will be the biggest barrier for you to scale up those products, or what is the minimum requirements of a research-based product should have?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. First of all, I would like to say thank you for having me here representing our company, PT Graha Teknomedika. So maybe a little bit background about me. So I'm a medical doctor, but I'm also heavily involved in the industry of medical device. So I have two hats on me.
Yeah, you're representing two stakeholders here.
Lucky for me, because I want to highlight what Prof has already explained. Before we start the collaboration, I think the most important thing for academia and also industry is to speak the same language first.
Speak the same language.
Yeah,
okay.
because most of the time, academia and industry, we speak different language.
Yeah.
Maybe it's same, bahasa Indonesia or English, but the terminology, the focus is different. As an academia, we mostly talk about like innovation, scientific breakthrough, novelty. But if we're talking about the product, development of a product. But in industry, first of all, we will think about the margin.
Margin, okay.
The margin
market, yeah?
That's the most important thing. And then we can talk about other things like scalability and so on. Yeah, so I think first of all, we need to speak the same language. And then from there, we can have the same agreement, what to do to move forward in developing a product. And then, again, I also very strongly agree with Prof. As an industry, we cannot stress this enough, that the involvement between the academia and industry should be started in early phase.
Early as possible.
As early as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the common practice is usually the researcher, they have their prototype, and then they will come to the industry, and then they will offer their prototype. Yeah. Most of the time, the common practice is like this.
Yeah.
What we hope is industry can be involved in the earlier phase than that, before there is the final prototype.
Yeah.
Because what happens if the prototype itself, scientifically point of view, it's very strong, but from commercialization or maybe from manufacturing point of view, it's unviable.
Yeah.
Then we need to go back to the first step. That means longer time for the product to enter the market, more resource in funding, more resource in human resource, and so on. Yeah, so we suggest in GTM, because we always promote to other industry, start doing collaboration with academia.
Yeah.
Because if we do it alone, we can achieve our goal, but if we can do it together with academia, we can achieve that goal faster.
Yeah.
And more efficient. Yeah, because each party have their own expertise, right? Yeah, so the industry should be involved in the earlier stage, not only after the prototype is already done. Yeah, because industry actually can offer many expertise, like from the manufacturing feasibility, and also maybe the calculation of the final price of the product, regulatory expertise, and also some access to stakeholder in Indonesia market, like to certification body, maybe to Ministry of Health, Ministry of Industry, and so on. Yeah, so that's from me. And then going back to your question, I think the first thing that we need to address if we want to develop a product, whether it's from the healthcare provider point of view or from the industry, I think we need to address two most important things. The first one is about the clinical relevance of the product itself. And then the second one is about the safety.
Okay, clinical and safety.
Clinical and safety, yeah. If we develop a very groundbreaking product, but at the moment it's not clinically relevant.
Tested. Oh, relevant. Okay.
It's not in guideline. It's not in the plan of budgeting of the government. Then when the product enter the market, we will find many challenges there. We need to create the market. We need to promote the product first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So or the product is very good, but if we use this product in our current workflow in the hospital, it will disrupt their workflow, like too complicated, too tedious. It's also not, or won't have a very good prospect either. And then the second one is about the safety. Safety for the patient and also for the healthcare provider. Yep. Yeah, without those two main things, then we cannot talk.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Andrew. So I think Dr. Andrew, Prof. Ferry, and Dr. Natalia, they mentioned quite similar things. It's about do as early as possible to connect with industry. Because Dr. Andrew mentioned earlier that sometimes researchers, us as researchers, we often think that our product is the best. Yeah, because we researchers often, we create a product and we think this is the best, this is the best solution ever, this is fit to market, but in the real scenario, industry knows the market better than us researchers. So I think having industry to give feedback to us as early as possible is really good in translating or accelerating research translation. So, Prof. Ferry, a quick question, Prof. Ferry. What should we, as researchers, you are in Binus University, you are in the university standpoint. So, what kind of characteristic does researchers must have in order to accelerate research or prototypes or product into commercialization?
Yeah. Okay. First, I think from the researcher point of view, they have to know the end goal of their research. Yeah. If your end goal is to be commercialized or for Nobel Prize, I think that will be different. Yeah, if you go for a commercialization, so I think the best thing to do is to have the product market fit.
Product market
fit. So your product should fit the market that you are entering. Yeah. Otherwise, you mentioned that the researchers, they have a different language. Yeah, but if you go together, so that's why I emphasize about the co-creation. Yeah, actually we at Binus, we experience right now with the industry how we do that, and thanks to the government as well, because the government provide funding for this.
Yep.
Yeah, I think to accelerate, I think between the researchers and the industry, so they have to, the earlier, the better they talk, they discuss what will be the end goal from both.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, to connect their interests, your interest is for industry. Yeah, that's what I found. Not only your company, but many companies that we found. Yeah, the uniqueness and the margin. So that's what they need. And then actually, the industry and the researchers, if they can do something, the output will be a unique product that they can provide. Yeah, I think that's to how to accelerate start from the end of mind.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Dr. Ferry. So, just a quick follow-up. I think there is one question is quite related to what we are going to discuss very soon. So, researchers want originality. Yeah, most researchers or faculty members or professors, they are idealistic people. Yeah, so when should we become ideal, or when should we as researchers become adaptive in the commercialization pathway? Because when I say adaptive, I mean that probably industry mentioned you that you have to modify this part, you have to add this feature is nonsense, put this thing away and add another feature. Some researchers, they don't want to. So is being adaptive is one of the key characters that a researcher should have, or not really?
Yeah, I think should have. Yeah.
Should have.
Because so what makes you different? If you find another researchers, they are very adaptive, so they will go for another one.
Yeah,
so I think to be adaptive, to be relevant. Yeah, to be relevant, to be adaptive to what industry needs. So that's what I found in the market. That's what they need. Yeah. Not only in the healthcare industry, but what I found many in the manufacturing industry.
Yeah, so being adaptive for us researchers is very, very useful in research, in accelerating research translation. So I would like to address the next questions to our colleague in University of York. You mentioned in your last slides regarding compensation or royalty scenario. So there is a question here. Do you have any suggestion in sharing the benefits and innovation ownership between industry and academia? Or
yes, yeah, I mean, I can answer that question. Well, it all, of course, depends how the research was done and what agreement were signed. But usually the adoption is that basically in the UK, when the research is funded by UKRI or basically by the university, IP will belong to university. If the industry will contribute to the research or bring a background IP, then and the joint IP is basically there are basically negotiations which have to happen afterwards if something will be commercialized. So it's case by case again, and we very much flexible in approach depending on where's the background and foreground IP is coming. But generally, as a rule, if something developed by our staff, this will be our foreground IP, university foreground IP. And when there is a joint IP, then the discussion and negotiation will commence.
Okay, so I saw earlier at your slide that you have tiered compensation, yeah? So I think below this value and this is your compensation, and above this value and this is your compensation. I think there is also another scenario, probably not in the University of York, that you have like fixed compensation, for example, 50, 30, 20, and then no matter how much the revenue that you're generating, that is the rule. So since you have implemented that tiered compensation, what is the advantage to have those tiered compensation instead of the fixed compensation for the researchers or the inventors?
Yes, I mean, all depends on how different university will take this approach. Obviously, for us is to reward the inventors and creator of the IP, and the tier compensation, it basically depends on how much the income and royalty is generated and coming from the industry. So that equally, some of it can be shared with the school, the departments where the researcher is based, and this can be reutilized to support future inventions as well later on in the stages. In an earlier pipeline, basically, there is more reward to inventors, and later on that kind of spread is slightly different. So, of course, different universities got different policies, but that's kind of how we do here at the University of York. And obviously for a researcher is not only initiative to see their opportunity to commercialize and to see a real impact in the market or on patients. Another positive is that actually by commercializing the research, they attract talent to their labs, and also there are initiatives to increase the research, and some universities adopt as well basically schemes where they can spend less time on the teaching activities, but they can actually, for example, do more research. So commercialization of the research is very important also for here in the UK for RefCAF and TEF. So that's schemes where we assess as a university from outputs of the research, also teaching activities and knowledge exchange activities. So I think it's important to keep in mind that it's not only about money, but about real impact researchers bring to the research community, but also to the society around them.
Thank you, Dr. Natali.
Maybe if I can just add, from my previous roles at different organizations and different universities, the similar kind of a model about the income which is generated through royalties is distributed across as very early stages, it all belongs to the inventor as a reward. But it is necessary also to then compensate the departments and the university, because that is then get funneled further into supporting similar innovative projects, technology transfer initiatives, and all other academics benefit from it as well.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Gaganit. I think I would like to ask another question for Dr. Andrew. So, our colleagues here in University of York already mentioned there is also negotiation, for example, for royalty between the universities and the industries, and also earlier you mentioned there is like technology readiness of a product or market readiness of the product. So let's say if I come with a product, what will be the deal breakers? Yeah, is it the technology readiness from that product, or is it the market readiness for the product? Is it for example, the negotiation? What will be like the most yang paling nggak enak gitu? What will be the case?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So for us in industry is the first thing, if there is a team of researcher or academia approach us and they bring their own product, first of all, we would like to evaluate from two main things that I already mentioned before, the clinical relevance and also the safety of this product. And then after that, we will move to is there demand for this product in Indonesia? I'm talking about Indonesia first, right?
Yeah.
Not for the global market. Is there a demand for this product in Indonesia? Because industry, we are a very market-driven entity.
Yeah.
So if this product is a very good product, there is a demand in another country, but in Indonesia itself, we don't have any demand at the moment, then we should consider that strongly. Yeah.
So clinical, and then what is the next one? Ethics, is it?
Safety.
Safety, yeah.
And
Clinical,
then,
safety, then market.
demand. Yeah.
Demand, yeah.
And then after that, actually, we have many things to consider, because talking about our common practice in our company, Graha Teknomedika, if we want to develop a product, now we applying a system called the APQP, Advanced Product Quality Planning. So APQP consists of 5 main phases. The first phase is how to define the program, what product that we want to develop. And then the second phase is the product design and also development. The third phase is the process design and development. The fourth phase is the product and also process validation. Yep. And then we can begin to do the mass production. And then the fifth phase is the aftermarket surveillance, complaint handling, CAPA, and so on. Yeah, so if a researcher come to us already bringing their product, we need to evaluate all those steps first.
All those 5 stages, yeah?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. This is a good product, but is it feasible to be done in Indonesia from manufacturing point of view?
Yes.
Yeah. So many things to consider, actually. That's why we emphasize to start early involvement between academia and also industry.
Thank you so much, Dr.
1 minute.
Andrew. Yes, please.
Let me add.
Prof.
This is interesting with the terms of reverse engineering.
Reverse engineering, okay.
What we do here is with you, now we do a reverse engineering. We
Yeah.
know what is the fly high product. Yeah, and then we dismantle that product.
Yeah.
And then from there, we figure out how to make it distinct from other product. There is another question about red ocean and then blue ocean.
Yeah.
That is something that we can do differently. So that is what the research starts. Yeah, that is what we do right now. So to add another term is the reverse engineering. This is an old term using by the Japanese, the Korean when they invented something, China as well. Yeah, I think we are experiencing that right now. Thank you.
Yeah, so there is one more way to accelerate, yeah? So it is reverse engineering. So you see what the products in the market, and maybe we do reverse engineering, add additional features, and let's see if we can compete. Is there anything to add, Dr. Andrew?
Yeah, maybe I want to add some information. Because if we're talking about reverse engineering, from researcher point of view, sometimes it's a taboo thing.
Taboo things.
Yeah, yeah. But actually, in the real life scenario, like from talking from the past experience, all of those big nations, Prof has mentioned like China, Japan, Korea, Brazil, before they can be like this in medical manufacturing industry, they do the reverse engineering first. Okay. Yeah, that's why for industry, doing reverse engineering is not a taboo thing for to do.
It's not a taboo thing.
But we also emphasize not only copy the original product, but to add additional features.
Add additional features.
To add additional features. So in Indonesia, ATM, amati, tiru, modifikasi, Prof. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we need to add additional features because we are the one who knows the market in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example. One of our product is a suction pump to suck medical fluid from the patient. In other country, the one that is very popular is the disposable one. Disposable one for the container, for the canister. But in Indonesia, here we have the mindset, if it can be used more than once, then they prefer.
Yeah.
They prefer that.
Reusable.
Let me give you an example from my experience as a medical doctor. Needle for insulin.
Needles.
It should be one time only, right?
Yes.
But patient in Indonesia, they like to use it more than once.
Wow, this is dangerous.
Yeah. So in Indonesia, we know disposable component or item is not very popular.
Yeah.
Hospital is also like that. So in GTM, we developed the suction pump that is suitable for Indonesian market. So they have the disposable, they have the sterilizable canister. Yeah. So that's about the reverse engineering. Not only copy it from the original product, but also to add additional features.
Additional features, additional value to the product. Yeah. All right then, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are running out of time. So before we close the session, I would like to summarize a little bit. Yeah. So from all the panelists, from our colleagues in University of York, from our industry point of view and academia point of view, one highlighted message was to engage with industry as soon as possible. And also the next thing to do during product development, the way to accelerate product adoption is to do reverse engineering on a viable product already in the market. All right, then, can we have a big round of applause for all our panelists on the stage? All right, so I will return the session to our Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy the rest of the session.
Thank you very much. And we will have a photo session together first. I would like to count in 3, 2, 1. One more time, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much. You may now return back to your seats. Let's give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to give some energy, getting closer to the iftar moment, about 1.5 hours until we're gonna break the fast together. But before that, we will have a breakout group session first and a parallel discussion. So ladies and gentlemen, we will now move into our parallel breakout session. And in this session, you will have a discussion in your respective group for the next 60 minutes. So for the instructions, you can see the instructions on the screen. But before that, I would like to invite all of you to scan the QR code first for the feedback survey for the third panel that we just witnessed together. So please kindly take a moment before we jump into the next session to fill in the survey form for the panel session 3. You may scan the QR code presented on the screen and fill in the survey feedback form that is connected from the QR. Maybe I will give 1 minute for you to fill in so that we can collect all these responses before we move into the breakout groups. So after this, we will have a breakout groups or a parallel discussions. And this session is just for on-site participants. And we kindly ask our online participant for your understanding to remain connected as we will together continue or resume the session shortly after the breakout discussions. Okay, so for the introduction about our parallel discussion, I would like to invite Ibu Nunung Nurul Komariah, PhD, to explain about how to run the session. To Ibu Nurul, the stage is yours.
Hello, hello. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us until this long. Yeah, I appreciate so much. So this is the next agenda in our event today. Is we going to put everyone here in a breakout group, which is according to the number in the table. We would have 4 topics to discuss. So this is like a FGD, where participants and will give an opinion, ideas to create better recommendations for research translation in Indonesia. So we have 4 topics. Discovery Partnership, Group 1, will be Okay, I think this is wrong. Bu Sekar. Yeah, Bu Sekar, can you please raise? Yeah, so with Bu Sekar, Discovery Partnership, Group 1. And then with Pak Elio. Pak Elio? Where is Pak Elio? Okay, the moderator that just in front of us. And then group 2, we have clinical and population diversity, which focus on the diversity sampling within the research. And we have the facilitator. Can you go back to the facilitator, please? The facilitator group 2, can you raise your hand? I don't really... Okay, Ibu Ria, okay, Ibu Ria is over there. Ibu Ria will come to your table and start facilitating this discussion. And Dr. Uti is here from Medi. And then topic 3, we have skills, infrastructure, and mobility. We have Pak Ferry. Pak Ferry is over there. We have multiple Pak Ferry here. And Pak Marlin. Okay, Pak Marlin will be guiding the discussion on group 3 about the skill, infrastructure, and mobility. Group 4 will be about data ethics and benefit sharing. Will be with Ibu Afni. Ibu Afni. Okay, Ibu Afni is here. So Ibu Afni will come to your place and with me. So we will discuss about how every party, every stakeholder can promote the benefit sharing. Yeah. Okay, we have 45 minutes, Bapak Ibu, to discuss. So hopefully, we will have enough time to get some of the action points. Okay, thank you so much. I will let the facilitator to start the discussion. Thank you. Don't forget to take attendance, with the facilitator. Thank you.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 minutes left for the discussions since we are approaching iftar time. So we have 2 minutes left for the discussion. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time is up for the discussion. Waktu sudah menunjukkan pukul 6, jadi waktu sudah habis, boleh kita berfokus kembali untuk kita bersama-sama menutup agenda kita. Tapi sebelum kita tutup agenda, before we close the event, we will now move into the industry academia matchmaking. And to moderate this session, I would like to give the mic to Bapak Brili Andro Makalau Eskom MTI to lead the session. Please.
Thank you, Bapak Ibu. Good afternoon, Bapak Ibu. We'll be closing in on today's session. We're going to have the last session of the day, which is a knowledge to action session, Bapak Ibu. And I would like to welcome Bapak Ibu to this industry academia matchmaking, last session of the day, Bapak Ibu. In this session, the focus of the discussion will be from industry, who will share several topics that you have probably discussed in your group. And we have several participants that are already eager to share their notes and issues. I think I would like to invite Pak Duyanto from Kalbe. Pak Duyanto from Kalbe. Are you ready to share your industry problems to the floor and to the forum, Bapak Ibu? Bapak Ibu, Pak Duyanto, please. Yes, Pak Duyanto. I see that you have also discussed with your group, ya Pak. And you can discuss with Bahasa Indonesia if you prefer, Pak. It's fine. Boleh menggunakan Bahasa Indonesia, Pak Duyanto. Silakan, Pak.
Oke, sharing secara general aja ya.
Ya, boleh.
Oke. Selamat mungkin malam Bapak Ibu menjelang maghrib gitu ya.
Selamat malam.
Oke, sharing sedikit dari aspek industri gitu ya, terkait dengan mungkin kolaborasi universitas atau kolaborasi UK peneliti dengan kita industri. Sebenarnya mungkin ada satu hal yang saya butuh sampaikan terkait dengan bagaimana agar hilirisasi itu tuh cukup efektif dari sisi industri. Dan ini mungkin singkatnya, ini tidak cuma sekedar TRL ya Bapak Ibu. Karena mungkin banyak yang ngomong TRL gitu ya. Nah, TRL itu tuh cuman hanya sekedar kita bisa buat atau tidak gitu ya. Nah, bisa sampai diproduksi atau tidak. Satu hal lagi yang kami biasanya lihat itu DRL.
DRL, istilah baru Bapak Ibu. DRL.
Ada yang pernah dengar nggak DRL? Demand Readiness Level.
Demand Readiness Level. Wih, apa itu Pak? Boleh dielaborasi Pak?
Apakah, kenapa? Market readiness level, betul mirip. Nah, kalau kita ngomong demand atau market itu kita ngomong memang ada yang mau pakai.
Baik.
Itu yang pertama, bukan cuma ada yang mau pakai karena ada penyakitnya. Yang kedua, emang ada yang mau bayar.
Baik.
Gitu. Kita bukan cuma sekedar ngomong, oh si penyakit ini banyak, si penyakit ini orangnya banyak, tapi ada nggak yang mau bayarin apa yang kita mau buat kalau udah mau dipakai ke masyarakat? Nah, itu gimana mentranslate TRL ke DRL, itulah yang sekarang banyak digaungkan soal Health Technology Assessment.
Health Technology Assessment.
Dan itu tuh bukan dilakukan di akhir Bapak Ibu. Justru saat pertama kali ada ide, nah, itu harus udah mulai di-assess. Gitu. Jangan sampai idenya udah kebablasan dan segala macam, ternyata DRL-nya rendah banget.
Baik.
Nah, pasiennya ada, penyakitnya ada, tapi nggak ada yang mau pakai. Oh ada yang mau pakai, tapi nggak bisa bayar. Gitu. Itu udah dari awal by design-nya itu udah nggak masuk sebenarnya. Jadi HTA itu masuknya dari awal sebenarnya, gitu. Yang ini sebenarnya mentranslate tadi TRL itu agar DRL-nya tinggi.
Ini sesuai sebenarnya Pak, selaras dengan yang tadi disampaikan oleh Pak Fauzan.
Betul.
Pak Fauzan bilang ada 3 level, 3 jenis value of debt. Ada technological value of debt, commercialization value of debt, dan profitability value of debt. Betul Pak, sangat sesuai.
Nah, jadi dari aspek industri yang kami lihat seperti itu. Bukan berarti novelty kami nggak pingin, justru kami pingin novelty. Nah, cuman masalahnya novelty ini HTA-nya gimana, DRL-nya oke atau enggak gitu. Justru kami kalau dari sisi industri justru ngejar novelty betul, karena itu yang pembeda kami nanti. Cuman dari sisi DRL-nya gimana. Nah itu mungkin sedikit insight yang saya bisa sharekan.
Terima kasih banyak Pak Duyanto.
Mudah-mudahan bisa saling mengisi lah ya.
Siap, terima kasih banyak.
Boleh
kita kasih tepuk tangan Pak Duyanto yang sudah sharing Bapak Ibu. Thank you. I think we have one more people that want to share. Bu Dokter Yanti. Ya, Yandi, Dokter Yandi, sorry, Dokter Yandi. Please, Dokter Yandi.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Saya mewakili komunitas ya, jadi society, jadi practitioner medis ya. Jadi kita mungkin produk end user dari riset yang Bapak Ibu kerjakan. Ya, bagaimana riset itu bisa kita pakai di lapangan. Nah, emang selama ini di saya bidang kardiologis ya, interventional kardiologis, kita banyak sekali produk mengambil guideline itu dari luar saat ini banyaknya, dari American dan European. Kemudian kita adaptasi dalam bentuk PPK, praktek klinis dan clinical pathway. Nah untuk penelitian sendiri kita emang dari awal pendidikan sampai lulus juga tetap di-endorse untuk melakukan riset kecil-kecilan ya. Nah tapi permasalahan di lapangan adalah adanya gap dari guideline yang canggih-canggih, yang hebat-hebat yang sudah kita pelajari untuk diterapkan di lapangan. Gap itu bisa dalam bentuk apakah karena clinical knowledge atau karena segi nggak bisa dipakai, nggak ada alat, nggak ada obat-obatnya gitu, atau juga karena sistem pembiayaan yang terbatas. Gitu. Nah tadi di awal di presentasi dari Bapak Ibu Dirjen itu dikatakan bahwa sangat penting untuk melakukan quality kendali mutu dan kendali biaya ya.
Kendali mutu dan biaya betul.
Ya itu jadi, nah untuk mencari itu agak sulit itu. Nah kebetulan di rumah sakit saya juga dapat tugas tambahan untuk menginisiasi suatu rekam medik elektronik. Ketika itu sebelum ada push dari Kemenkes untuk memulai rekam medik elektronik, kita sudah mulai duluan. Nah saya berpikir dari rekam medik elektronik itu kalau sekedar data digitalisasi kesehatan saja sayang sekali karena data akan kumpul di situ tanpa bisa dianalisis secara otomatis. Kalau kita mau analisis kita harus download kemudian kita analisis secara manual. Nah kita kebetulan sudah menginisiasi program kerjasama dengan BINUS dalam bentuk implementasi AI di rekam medis. Kita sudah mulai beberapa penelitian dan tinggal tahap aplikasinya, mudah-mudahan bisa berjalan lancar. Nah dari situlah bisa dengan bantuan AI kita bisa melakukan terapi yang optimal dengan biaya murah. Harapannya gitu, mimpinya seperti itu. Betul. Jadi terapi yang optimal, pasien sehat, rumah sakit nggak bengkak pembiayaan dan pihak payer tidak kesulitan membayar. Nah itu kita mungkin bisa masuk dari situ kalau dari pihak saya masuk di pihak AI. Jadi makanya saya masuk ke sini itu supaya bisa mencari networking ya, yang karena dibutuhkan adalah programmer yang AI dedicated, kemudian mungkin mesin computing yang mumpuni dan satu lagi mungkin alur atau sistem yang benar. Mungkin itu saja dari saya.
Terima kasih Pak Yandi, boleh dikasih applause Bapak Ibu. Bapak Ibu, it is a very interesting topics that you can discuss with Pak Yandi over iftar lunch Bapak Ibu. You can discuss topics related to Pak Yandi, what Pak Yandi mentioned about the data AI implementation in medical field, specifically in cardiovascular research. And also for the last one, probably Ibu Dr. Uti. Bu Dr. Uti, yes. Please share the last discussion of the day, Bu.
Terkait industri ya?
Yeah, about industry, about your industry.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore semuanya. Saya Dr. Uti. Saya perwakilan dari industri, dari company. Jadi kami membuat virtual reality untuk pendidikan kedokteran dan kesehatan. Kalau perspektif saya ya terkait kerjasama ya dengan akademia gitu. Kita ini seperti kayak tukang ya sebenarnya. Kita bisa bikin teknologinya gitu ya, pakai virtual reality gitu. Dan selama ini mostly ya kami membuatkan membuat hal-hal seperti itu masih pada tahap usability and feasibility study. Paling situ.
Usability.
Iya, tapi kan kalau misalnya kita di kesehatan, di kedokteran kita harus membuktikan dong. Ini gimana sebenarnya bukti nyatanya gitu. Bukti nyatanya dan itu perlu riset kan.
TRL.
Ya betul. Again ya TRL yes. Bagaimana bahwasanya ini pertama diurus dulu tentunya etiknya gitu kan.
Ya, betul, Bu.
Kemudian nanti dengan sampel terbatas, kemudian dengan sampel yang mewakili user and end usernya seperti itu. Kami nggak ngerti terkait riset seperti itu. Nah, sampai pada saat nanti bisa membuktikan bahwasanya teknologi ini dibandingkan teknologi yang konvensional misalnya, mungkin dia menaikkan retensi kah gitu kan? Atau misalnya untuk yang di area treatment, apakah betul-betul dia menurunkan kecemasan, bisa jadi seperti itu. Nah, itu kan desain studinya seperti apa, pasiennya cari di mana, melaksanakan penelitiannya, analisis data, itu kami tidak punya. Jadi disitulah kami berharap ya kolaborasi dengan akademi.
A lot of potential collaborations di situ
exactly,
ya.
Exactly.
Oke, baik. Buti, terima kasih. Kita kasih aplaus sekali lagi untuk Buti. Oke, Bapak Ibu, that marks the last speaker that have shared in today's matchmaking session. Again, the matchmaking session is created so that you can discuss the ideas over iftar dinner, Bapak Ibu. So you have more topics to discuss, so feel free to discuss within your table or from the other table as well. I think that's it from me. I give the floor and the mic back to Gisela. Thank you, Gisela.
Thank you so much, Pak Brili. And ladies and gentlemen, before we break our fast, last but not least, we will hear a closing remarks presented by Ibu Nunung Nurul Komariah, PhD, Associate Professor in Artificial Intelligence of BINUS University, to deliver the conclusion and closing remarks of today's program. Please give a round of applause.
Okay, Bapak Ibu, it's the time almost for iftar ya, so we give you the small snack to break the fasting when the time is come. While waiting, our team is still preparing the recap from the breakout group. I would like to, on behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely appreciate the time, energy, and thoughtful contribution to the Indonesia-UK Research Translation Forum today. With Ramadan's blessing, your energy has remained incredibly very strong. We have heard valuable insight across the translation pathway. We can now see a quick recap of the survey result and breakout group discussion on the screen. Okay, I was in the, okay, so before we have the result, we would like to invite everyone here to the event, to post-forum event on August 2026 in BINUS, which is going to be showcasing our research product in medical. We will contact you and we will invite you to the what we call Health Tech BINUS Health Tech Festival. So we can have like concrete collaboration in the next event. Yeah. So this forum is not only stop here, but we want to follow up, Bapak Ibu. Yeah. Is the dashboard ready? Okay, while the team preparing the dashboard, I would like to read the conclusion from each of the breakout group. So from the breakout group 1, Discovery Partnership, we can highlight here that participant highlighted the persistent fragmentation across university, research institution, and hospital, industry, and government, often reinforced by incentive, Bapak Ibu, ya, that prioritize publication over downstream translation. So again, in my table, in table 4, also talking a lot about the funding incentive, ya. Okay, for the breakout group 2, the key challenge is that Indonesia real-world heterogeneity, especially for novel modalities that may trigger, the key challenge is that Indonesia real-world heterogeneity can undermine trial feasibility, comparability, and follow-up. So we have a lot of challenge in the heterogeneity of our populations. Yeah. So this can hinder a lot of potential, yeah, in the research to be commercialized. Dashboard ready. Okay, I will read the conclusion from the breakout group first. Breakout group 3 about skill infrastructure and mobility. We have concluded that translation often stalls in the valley of death due to high cost. Again, Bapak Ibu, actually we find that cost is a very big problem here. Limited industrial R&D, weak incentives to upgrade the products. But we have opportunity, demand-led research priorities, targeted mobility, training for translation skills, pooled infrastructure access, and policy incentive that reward innovation and product improvement. For group 4, about data ethics and benefit sharing, we highlight here there is unclear rules on consent. Okay, so this is really a big problem for all of us in Indonesia. We don't have really strict rules on the consent. Yeah. Cross-border data transfer, sovereignty, and ownership licensing can delay translations. But we have opportunity to make governance an enabler through early clear agreement and data management plan. So we want the government to take the initiative to enforce this issue about data ethics and benefit sharing. Okay, let's see from the survey what we have here. We have the overall progression. Oh, the number of survey. Okay, maybe we can go to the AI summary. Yeah, we can highlight, yeah, in here some of the problem actually. For academia, establishing collaboration research. Okay, I think Pak Elio can explain the result of this quantitative result.
Oke deh, Bapak Ibu, mungkin aku minta sedikit perhatian. Bapak Ibu, terima kasih tadi Bapak Ibu yang sudah memberikan mengisi survei. Ini kalau kita lihat ada survei kita sudah ada di dashboard. Mungkin teman-teman dashboard di belakang bisa nggak kita ke per phase dulu, tab per phase. Oke, nih Bapak Ibu, ini tadi kita udah sebar survei, jadi tadi yang panel 1 udah 81% completion, berarti mayoritas kita udah ngisi. Nah, panel 2, begitu kita masuk ke prototyping to trials, mungkin beberapa belum sempat komplit. Nanti mungkin Bapak Ibu kalau lihat ke meja masing-masing, we have the QR codes available. Nah, Bapak Ibu bisa bantu ya untuk scan-scan lagi. Tapi terima kasih nih udah mayoritas sudah bisa scan. Lalu ke panel 3 cukup banyak juga, udah 45% yang mengisi. Nah nanti Bapak Ibu sembari makan, mungkin di meja lagi kan sudah ada kuesioner, QR-nya mungkin bisa bantu untuk scan lagi. Nah tentunya ini semua ngebantu kami untuk bangun suatu policy, suatu brief untuk ditawarkan bagaimana UK and Indonesian bisa melakukan research translation. Nah, kita mungkin lihat sedikit ke questions, ke tab questions. Oke. Nah, jadi ini Bapak Ibu kita lihat dari panel 1, for example kita ambil point of view academia, mungkin all affiliations-nya bisa kita ganti jadi academia, Pak Brili. Nah, ini contoh Bapak Ibu, kita scroll ke bawah sedikit, ini based on surveinya Bapak Ibu ya, ini real time. Nah, kita lihat nih ada top 2 bottlenecks nih Bapak Ibu. Kita lihat di sini lack of funding yang pertama sama limited collaboration networks. Nah, itu kita lihat ternyata isu yang ada dari Bapak Ibu di tahap ideation. Lalu di tahap enablers-nya, kita bisa scroll ke bawah sedikit. Nah, di tahap enablers-nya, what are your top 2 enabling conditions to produce discovery? Ini sebenarnya ada 3 nih yang saling sama posisinya ya. Jadi kita lihat ternyata based on survei kita, interdisciplinary team di tempat research Bapak Ibu ternyata itu penting banget untuk buat discovery. And then industry partnership, sesuai yang tadi kita obrolin ya Bapak Ibu dari session 1 sampai akhir, industry partnership, the earlier the better we engage with them. Terus access to funding, berarti access to funding juga tadi di beberapa breakout room tuh sempat diomongin funding ternyata salah satu yang cukup challenging ya, nggak cuman ngedapetinnya, tapi bertanggung jawabnya juga, ngeeksekusinya itu challenging. Nah kita udah punya ini Bapak Ibu, dari survei 1, survei 2, dan survei 3, terima kasih buat kontribusinya. Saya pikir mungkin itu dulu, nanti kita Bu Nurul sudah combine beberapa results, ya mungkin Bu Nurul bisa konklusikan lanjut ya Bu ya. Ibu mau tambahkan sedikit Bu? Ibu? Okay.
So Bapak Ibu, I just want to highlight ya, the outcome of this discussion today will be consolidated into post-forum output, including policy brief that we can give it to the stakeholder gitu Bapak Ibu ya. So thank you so much for the contribution today. As we conclude, we see today not as the end, but start of the continued action ya Bapak Ibu. Kami harapkan we don't stop here. So we can collaborate, we can talk more during iftar, during the dinner. And thank you once again for your contribution and commitment. We wish you safe travels back and look forward to continuing this Indonesia-UK Triple Helix partnership to accelerate responsible healthcare innovation in Indonesia. Thank you. I give it back to the MC.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nurul. Can we give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude today's program? And on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to sincerely thank all of our distinguished speakers, moderator, panelists, partners, and participants for all of your valuable contributions and active engagement throughout the day. And before we conclude, we kindly ask you to please take a few more moments for Insight and online participants to complete the event feedback survey. The QR code will be presented on the screen. Your input is greatly appreciated and will help us improve and enhance our future programs. Participants who complete the survey will receive a certificate of participation that will be sent by email and also will receive a souvenir on the registration desk. So please kindly scan the QR code. Maybe we can show the QR code, please, on the screen for the feedback survey. This is the last form that you can fill in. Yes, this one. Please kindly take a moment to scan the feedback form. Yes, and if you already fill in the feedback survey, You will receive the certificate of participation that will be sent by email and also souvenir. Once again, we would like to sincerely thank our online participants also for joining us today and for your valuable contribution. We truly thank and appreciate your participation. You may now leave your virtual room. And for our on-site participants, we warmly invite you to join our iftar dinner. You may take a moment for a networking and also mingle while dinner. And after dinner, you are welcome to depart at your convenience. Thank you once again. Have a pleasant evening, safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you so much and good evening.